Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Discipline of Occlumency. Long before the Ministry of Magic regulated education, long before standardized textbooks filled the shelves of Hogwarts' library, there existed ancient and powerful forms of magic that transcended the simple swish and flick of a wand. Among these elusive arts, perhaps none was as mysterious and misunderstood as occlumency, the magical defense of the mind against external penetration, the sealing of one's thoughts, emotions, and memories against magical intrusion. In the stillness of our evening together, imagine yourself standing in a circular stone chamber deep within Hogwarts Castle. The air here feels different, heavy with concentration, with intention. A single candle flickers on a simple wooden table, casting long shadows across ancient walls that have witnessed centuries of magical study. This is a room where minds have been fortified, where witches and wizards have learned to create barriers that even the most powerful legilimens cannot breach. This is where the discipline of occlumency has been quietly passed from master to student through the generations. Occlumency stands apart from other magical practices. Unlike charms or transfiguration, it requires no wand movements, no incantations whispered into the air. The magic exists entirely within the practitioner, a form of wandless magic that relies on mental discipline rather than external tools. It is, at its core, the art of magically closing one's mind against legilimency, the ability to extract feelings and memories from another person's mind. Professor Severus Snape, one of the most accomplished occlumens of the modern era, once described it as closing your mind, controlling your emotions. But such a clinical description barely scratches the surface of this complex magical discipline. To truly understand occlumency is to understand the architecture of human consciousness itself, how memories connect to emotions, how thoughts flow from one to another, how the mind can build walls and gates and false passages to protect its most precious contents. The practice involves far more than simply emptying one's mind, though that is often how beginners are first instructed. True mastery requires the ability to carefully compartmentalize thoughts, to present false memories that seem authentic, to create layers of protection so that even if an outer barrier is breached, the core remains secure. Some occlumens describe the sensation as similar to standing in a vast library where they alone know the organizational system. They can instantly locate or hide any volume, while an intruder would be lost among endless shelves. In the flickering candlelight of our chamber, consider how the need for such protection developed. The human mind is vulnerable, exposed to those with the skill to breach it. In a world where truth potions can be brewed, and memories can be extracted into silvery threads for viewing in a pensieve, the ability to shield one's thoughts represents one of the few true privacies a witch or wizard might maintain. It is little wonder that occlumency developed alongside civilization itself, a necessary protection in communities where magic could easily violate the sanctuary of one's thoughts. The earliest recorded references to mind protection magic appear in fragmented texts from ancient Egypt, where high priests developed techniques to shield their minds during sacred rituals. Greek wizards later refined these practices, particularly in the mystery schools of Eleusis, where initiates learned to partition their consciousness to protect secret knowledge. By medieval times, occlumency had become an established, if rarely taught, branch of magic throughout Europe, with different cultural traditions developing unique approaches to the practice. For the ordinary witch or wizard, Occlumency remained largely theoretical, a specialty studied by few, but for those operating in the shadows of magical politics, for those carrying dangerous secrets, and for those whose positions exposed them to potentially hostile legilimens, it became an essential skill. Aurors, diplomats, and certain department heads within the Ministry of Magic were often privately trained in at least the basics of mental defense. Unspeakables, those mysterious employees of the Department of Mysteries, were rumored to be universally accomplished in the art. Yet, despite its ancient lineage and practical applications, Occlumency was never offered as a standard course at Hogwarts or other magical schools. Its techniques were passed from master to apprentice, often in secret. The reasons for this restricted transmission are numerous. Some feared the power that came with impenetrable minds. Others worried that widespread occlumency training would undermine magical law enforcement's ability to determine truth, and still others simply acknowledged that few possessed the necessary mental discipline to truly master the art. Close your eyes for a moment and envision what it might feel like to practice occlumency. First comes the awareness of your own thoughts, watching them arise and flow like clouds across the sky of your consciousness. Then comes the control, learning to slow that movement, to direct it, to still the waters of your mind, until they become a clear, reflective pool, rather than a rushing stream. With practice, you learn to build structures, walls of calm detachment, false corridors that lead intruders away from true memories, layers of protection surrounding your most vulnerable thoughts. The sensation of successfully repelling a legilimency attack has been described by practitioners as akin to feeling an invisible force press against your consciousness, only to have it slide away, unable to find purchase. Some visualize this as a shield of light, others as an impenetrable fog, still others as a labyrinthine fortress. The form is personal, unique to each occlumens, but the function remains the same, to protect what lies within from external discovery. The most skilled practitioners develop the ability to present carefully constructed false thoughts and emotions, allowing them to deceive even accomplished legilimens. This advanced technique enabled Severus Snape to serve as a double agent during both Wizarding Wars, convincing even Lord Voldemort, perhaps the most powerful legilimens of the modern era, of his loyalty. Such masterful deception requires not only perfect control over one's thoughts, but also a deep understanding of what the invading mind expects to find, creating a performance so convincing that fiction becomes indistinguishable from truth. Occlumency's opposite and complement is legilimency, the magical skill of navigating and extracting thoughts from another's mind. The two arts evolved together in an eternal dance of protection and penetration. Where legilimency seeks pathways into consciousness, occlumency builds walls. Where legilimency traces connections between memories, occlumency severs or obscures those links. Where legilimency attempts to stir emotions to bring associated thoughts to the surface, occlumency cultivates emotional control bordering on detachment. As the candle burns lower in our chamber, shadows deepening around us, consider the ethical dimensions of this ancient practice. The ability to shield one's mind completely creates possibilities for both protection and deception. And occlumens might use their skill to guard innocent secrets or to hide malevolent intentions. The magic itself is neutral, neither dark nor light, but exists in the morally complex territory that characterizes so many of the more subtle magical arts. Perhaps this ethical ambiguity explains why occlumency has remained shrouded in mystery, taught selectively rather than broadly. Unlike a shield charm, which has clear defensive applications, or a patronus, which exists purely to protect, occlumency's purpose shifts depending on what thoughts are being concealed and from whom. This places tremendous responsibility on those who master the discipline. The power to completely shield one's intentions is not granted lightly in any magical society. In our modern era, the discipline of occlumency continues to be practiced and refined, though largely away from public view. The trauma of 2 Wizarding Wars, in which mind-reading was weaponized by Voldemort and his followers, has led to renewed interest in mental defense magic. There are whispers of specialized training programs for those in sensitive positions and of research into new techniques that might make the discipline more accessible to the average witch or wizard. As the last of our candles' light flickers against the ancient stone walls, consider your own thoughts flowing and shifting with each moment. What memories would you protect most fiercely if you possessed the skill of occlumency? What thoughts would you build your strongest walls around? And what would it mean to carry secrets so well defended that not even the most powerful magic could extract them from your mind? Chapter 2. The Historical Origins of Occlumency. Ancient symbols of protection adorn the weathered pages of forgotten tomes, their meanings obscured by the passage of centuries. As moonlight streams through leaded glass windows, illuminating dust motes that dance like memories in the air, we turn our attention to the veiled history of occlumency, a magical discipline whose origins reach back to the earliest days of organized magical practice. The birth of occlumency is not marked by a single moment or attributed to one innovative witch or wizard, but rather emerged gradually as magical communities recognized the vulnerability of the unprotected mind. Imagine walking through the sandstone corridors of an ancient Egyptian temple, where hieroglyphic inscriptions depict priests with hands pressed to their temples, concentric circles radiating outward, perhaps the earliest known visual representation of mental shielding magic. The priests of Thoth, deity of wisdom and magic, developed the first systematic approach to protecting one's thoughts from external influence, a practice they called the sealing of inner chambers. These Egyptian practitioners understood the mind not as a singular entity, but as a series of connected rooms, much like their elaborate temple complexes, each housing different aspects of consciousness. Their techniques focused on visualizing heavy stone doors closing one by one, sealing away sacred knowledge from those deemed unworthy. Fragments of papyrus scrolls dating to the 18th dynasty suggest these earliest occlumency methods were taught exclusively to high priests responsible for guarding magical secrets that could threaten the stability of the kingdom if revealed. As trade routes expanded across the Mediterranean, this knowledge traveled with diplomatic envoys and scholarly exchanges. In ancient Greece, the concept found fertile ground among the mystery cults and philosophical schools that flourished during the classical period. The Eleusinian mysteries, secretive religious rites dedicated to Demeter and Persephone, incorporated mental discipline techniques remarkably similar to modern occlumency. Initiates learned to partition their minds, creating separate chambers for ordinary thoughts and for the sacred revelations received during ritual. The philosopher-wizards of Pythagoras' school at Croton developed these practices further, integrating them with their mathematical and harmonic theories. They conceptualized the mind as a geometric structure, often an octahedron, with each face representing a different aspect of consciousness. By mentally rotating this structure, a practitioner could present only certain faces to an external observer, while keeping others hidden from view. This geometric approach to occlumency influenced magical theory for centuries to come, with echoes still visible in certain contemporary visualization techniques. As the cool night deepens around us, picture yourself now in the stone-walled study of a Roman patrician wizard during the late Republic. Scrolls from Alexandria and Athens line the shelves, and by oil lamplight, he studies the emerging Roman approach to mental magic. Roman magical innovation lay not in creating new techniques, but in systematizing and documenting existing knowledge with characteristic precision. The term occlumentia first appears in Latin magical texts from this period, described as the art of closing the mind's doors against intrusion. Roman battle wizards accompanying the legions adapted these mental techniques for practical military application. Capturing enemy wizards capable of mind reading could compromise entire campaigns, so officers were trained to compartmentalize their knowledge of battle plans. Each commander might know only their specific orders, with the full strategy residing solely in the mind of the general, protected by the most sophisticated occlumency techniques available. This military application refined the discipline considerably, emphasizing speed and efficiency over the more contemplative approaches of earlier traditions. The fall of the Western Roman Empire scattered this knowledge across Europe, where it developed along divergent paths during the early medieval period. In the Byzantine East, the Imperial Magical Academy maintained an unbroken scholarly tradition, preserving ancient texts on mind magic and continuing to refine theoretical approaches. Their treatises described occlumency as the architecture of consciousness, an apt metaphor for the Byzantine approach, which emphasized elaborate mental constructions mirroring the grandeur of Constantinople itself. Meanwhile, in the fragmented kingdoms of Western Europe, knowledge of mind magic survived primarily through oral tradition among isolated communities of magical practitioners. Celtic druids had long practiced their own form of mental discipline, conceptualizing the mind as a sacred grove, where certain paths could be obscured by mist or dense vegetation. As Christianity spread through Europe, these traditions went further underground, preserved by families of magical lineage who passed techniques from generation to generation with increasing secrecy. The warming glow of our candles illuminates a new scene, the shadowed corner of a medieval monastery's scriptorium, where a wizard monk carefully transcribes ancient texts on mind magic while appearing to copy religious manuscripts. During this period, monastic communities became unexpected guardians of magical knowledge, including occlumency. The disciplined life of contemplation and meditation provided an ideal foundation for mental magic, and some monks integrated these practices into their spiritual exercises, viewing the protection of the mind as protection of the soul against demonic influence. The 9th century Benedictine monk Walfridus of Reichenau produced what would become one of the most influential medieval texts on occlumency, though he disguised it as a treatise on prayer. His contemplations on inner silence described meditative techniques that are recognizably occlumency practices, including visualization of protective structures and the compartmentalization of thoughts. The text includes the often quoted passage, "As a fortress has its outer walls, inner bailey, and central keep, so too must the mind maintain its concentric defenses, each more formidable than the last." As we move into the golden light of the Renaissance period, we find occlumency emerging from the shadows into a more formal field of study. The great magical academies being established across Europe began to incorporate limited instruction in mental magic, though typically only for advanced students who had demonstrated both exceptional magical ability and trustworthy character. The Renaissance emphasis on perspective and spatial relationships influenced occlumency theory, with new visualization techniques drawing inspiration from architectural innovations. The 15th century Florentine witch Fiammetta Zabini revolutionized occlumency practice with her integration of emotional control techniques. Prior approaches had emphasized either emptying the mind of all emotion or hiding emotions behind mental barriers. Zabini proposed instead that emotions could be transmuted, fear into curiosity, anger into contemplation, creating not just barriers but active misdirection that could confuse even skilled legilimens. Her treatise on the governance of inner states became a cornerstone text, establishing the principle that true mastery of occlumency required not just control of thoughts, but mastery of emotional responses. The turbulent 16th and 17th centuries brought new urgency to the practice of occlumency, as witch hunts swept through both Muggle and magical communities. The ability to conceal one's true nature became a matter of survival for many witches and wizards living in areas hostile to magic. Techniques for sustained occlumency under extreme stress were developed during this period, with covens sharing methods for maintaining mental barriers even during physical torture, or while under the influence of early truth potions. In this dangerous climate, formal instruction became increasingly rare, with the knowledge again retreating into family traditions and small trusted circles. The prominent magical families of Europe jealously guarded their particular approaches to mind magic, leading to the development of distinctive regional styles. French practitioners favored labyrinthine mental constructions, while Germanic traditions emphasized fortress-like structures with multiple redundant defenses. The Italian approach, influenced by Zabini's work, focused on emotional transmutation and misdirection rather than rigid barriers. The establishment of the International Statute of Secrecy in 1689 created a new context for occlumency. As the magical world formally separated from Muggle society, the discipline found application in maintaining this division. Wizards and witches who regularly interacted with Muggles, particularly those in government liaison positions, received specialized training to protect not just their own secrets, but the greater secret of the wizarding world's existence. By the 18th century, the growing formalization of magical education led to debates about whether occlumency should be included in standard curricula. When Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry considered adding it as an elective subject in 1762, the proposal met fierce resistance from those who believed such potentially deceptive magic should remain restricted. The school governors ultimately decided against its inclusion, establishing a precedent followed by most other magical academies. Occlumency would remain a specialized skill taught privately, often through mentorship arrangements between experienced practitioners and selected students. The 19th century brought scientific approaches to the study of mind magic. The Department of Mysteries in the British Ministry of Magic established a research division dedicated to understanding the magical mechanisms behind legilimency and occlumency. Their clinical approach stripped away much of the metaphorical language that had characterized discussions of the discipline, instead focusing on quantifiable aspects, such as the magical energy required to maintain different types of mental barriers, and the neurological patterns associated with successful resistance to mind reading. This research revealed that, while almost any witch or wizard could learn basic occlumency techniques, true mastery required certain innate qualities, a particular type of mental discipline, a capacity for compartmentalized thinking, and a high degree of emotional self-awareness. These findings reinforced the tradition of selective teaching, as instructors could now identify with greater accuracy which students possessed the necessary aptitude. As the shadows lengthen in our chamber of historical exploration, we approach the modern era of occlumency. The rise of dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald in the early 20th century brought renewed attention to mind magic as a tactical necessity. Resistance movements formed to oppose Grindelwald's forces, needed to protect their plans and the identities of their members. Veterans of this conflict would later become some of the most accomplished occlumens of their generation, including Albus Dumbledore, whose mastery of the discipline allowed him to conceal crucial information during his legendary duel with Grindelwald in 1945. The decades of relative peace following Grindelwald's defeat saw occlumency once again fade into the background of magical education. By the time Lord Voldemort began his first rise to power in the 1970s, expertise in the discipline had become increasingly rare. The Death Eater's use of legilimency as an interrogation technique caught many in the wizarding community unprepared. Their minds opened books to skilled dark wizards. Those who survived these early encounters spread urgent warnings about the importance of mental defenses, leading to a revival of interest in traditional occlumency techniques. As stars begin to appear in the night sky beyond our window, we find ourselves returning to the present moment, having traced the winding path of occlumency from ancient temples to modern magical conflict. This discipline, born of humanity's fundamental desire for privacy and self-protection, has evolved alongside magical society itself, sometimes prominent, sometimes hidden, but always present where secrets must be kept, and minds must remain inviolate. In the silence between our thoughts, consider how these centuries of tradition and innovation have shaped the occlumency practice today. What ancient wisdom remains embedded in contemporary techniques? What aspects of the discipline still await rediscovery by a new generation of practitioners? And how might your own mind conceptualize its defenses, drawing unconsciously on this rich historical tapestry of mental magic? Chapter 3. The Fundamental Principles of Mind Protection. Beneath the surface of consciousness, like still waters that conceal unfathomable depths, lie the fundamental principles that govern the ancient discipline of occlumency. As the evening deepens around us, let us explore these core tenets that have guided practitioners for centuries, enabling them to shield their innermost thoughts from even the most determined magical intrusion. The discipline of occlumency rests upon several interconnected principles, each building upon the others to create a comprehensive system of mental defense. Unlike many magical practices that rely primarily on wand work and incantations, occlumency exists in the realm of intention, visualization, and mental discipline, making it both more accessible and more challenging than conventional spellwork. The first and perhaps most essential principle is awareness. Before one can protect the mind, one must know it intimately. Imagine yourself sitting in a quiet room at Hogwarts, perhaps in a secluded alcove of the library, where the only sound is the occasional turning of a page or the distant hooting of an owl outside the leaded windows. Here, under the warm glow of a single lamp, you begin the practice of mental observation, the careful, non-judgmental witnessing of your own thought patterns. This awareness practice reveals how thoughts arise and connect to one another, how emotions color perception, how memories surface and submerge in response to subtle triggers. The accomplished occlumens develops an almost meditative relationship with their own consciousness, able to observe its movements as one might watch fish swimming in a clear pond. This detached awareness creates the foundation for all other aspects of the discipline. To close the mind, one must first know its openings, wrote the 17th century occlumency master Artemisia Rall. Her words remind us that vulnerability precedes protection. We must understand our mental patterns, emotional triggers, and habitual responses before we can effectively shield them from external probing. Many novices make the mistake of attempting to build mental barriers before they have thoroughly mapped their own inner landscape, creating defenses that are easily circumvented by a skilled legilimens who can identify unprotected pathways. The second fundamental principle is emotional regulation. Emotions create turbulence in the mental field, making thoughts more accessible to external detection. Consider how anger causes related memories to surface unbidden, or how fear connects to past experiences of threat. These emotional currents can betray even carefully hidden thoughts to a practiced legilimens, who can follow the emotional resonance to discover concealed information. In the soft shadows of our evening exploration, picture a cauldron of simmering liquid, its surface reflecting the flickering candlelight. This cauldron represents the emotional aspect of consciousness. When undisturbed, its surface becomes mirror-like, revealing nothing of its depths. When agitated by strong emotion, the surface breaks into ripples and bubbles that bring submerged elements to the top. The occlumens learns to still these emotional waters, not by suppressing feelings, but by acknowledging them without becoming entangled in their momentum. Contrary to popular misconception, occlumency does not require emotional suppression or detachment. Rather, it demands a refined relationship with one's emotional landscape, the ability to experience feelings fully while maintaining a center of calm awareness. Severus Snape, despite his stern demeanor, did not achieve his mastery of occlumency through emotional numbness. Instead, he developed an extraordinary capacity to experience his complex and often painful emotions without being carried away by their current, a distinction that many of his students, particularly Harry Potter, struggled to grasp. The third principle of occlumency is visualization. The abstract nature of thoughts and emotions requires practitioners to develop concrete mental images that represent their defensive structures. These visualizations vary widely among individuals, reflecting personal experience, cultural background, and magical temperament. Some envision physical barriers, walls, doors, or shields, while others conceptualize more fluid defenses like mist, darkness, or reflective surfaces that misdirect intrusion. Imagine walking through a personal mental landscape of your own creation. Perhaps your occlumency visualization takes the form of a familiar place, a childhood home, a beloved forest path, or a room that exists only in your imagination. Within this space, you establish systems of protection, doors that lock automatically when intrusion is detected, walls that shift position to create mazes, or perhaps mirrors that reflect back only what the intruder expects to see rather than your true thoughts. The most effective visualizations engage multiple sensory dimensions, creating a fully realized mental environment that becomes second nature to navigate. Advanced practitioners report that their defensive visualizations eventually operate semi-autonomously, responding to threats even before conscious awareness of an intrusion. This automaticity represents the integration of occlumency into the deepest levels of magical consciousness. The fourth principle is compartmentalization, the ability to separate aspects of consciousness from one another, creating secure chambers for sensitive information. Like a series of nested boxes or a house with many rooms, the compartmentalized mind can isolate vulnerable thoughts while still maintaining normal cognitive function. This principle allows occlumens to interact naturally with potential legilimens without betraying tension or effort, as the majority of their thoughts remain accessible while crucial secrets stay secured in protected mental compartments. In the quiet of our evening contemplation, envision a magical cabinet with countless drawers of varying sizes. Some drawers open easily, revealing ordinary thoughts and memories. Others have complex locking mechanisms accessible only through specific mental keys. Still others appear to be simple drawers, but actually contain false bottoms or internal compartments. This multi-layered approach to organizing consciousness allows the skilled occlumens to present convincing partial truths when necessary, revealing certain thoughts while keeping others completely hidden. The most sophisticated application of compartmentalization appears in cases where occlumens must maintain deep cover roles, such as spies or double agents. These individuals create distinct mental chambers for different aspects of their identities, allowing them to temporarily inhabit alternative versions of themselves so completely that even their emotional responses align with their cover story. Severus Snape's ability to maintain both his position as Dumbledore's trusted ally and his appearance as a loyal Death Eater demonstrates the extraordinary level of compartmentalization possible for a master of the discipline. The fifth principle of occlumency is misdirection. Rather than simply blocking access to thoughts, advanced practitioners learn to create convincing alternative mental content that satisfies the legilimens without revealing protected information. This might involve surfacing genuine but insignificant memories, fabricating plausible thoughts that align with the intruder's expectations, or subtly guiding the legilimens towards certain mental content and away from sensitive areas. Consider a magnificent library with thousands of volumes. When an unwelcome visitor arrives seeking a particular book, the librarian might not refuse outright to help, but instead direct them to similar but less valuable texts, or perhaps lead them through a labyrinth of shelves that ultimately returns them to their starting point. The occlumens becomes the strategic librarian of their own mind, neither obviously obstructive nor genuinely helpful to those attempting unauthorized access. Misdirection requires a sophisticated understanding of the intruder's intentions and expectations. The occlumens must quickly assess what the legilimens hopes to find, and then provide just enough authentic feeling mental content to satisfy, without revealing what must remain protected. This delicate balance between resistance and apparent cooperation makes true mastery of occlumency as much an art as a science. The sixth principle is recovery and adaptation. Even the most skilled practitioners occasionally experience partial breaches of their defenses. The resilient occlumens develops protocols for rapidly assessing what information may have been compromised, reinforcing weakened barriers, and adapting their defensive structure to prevent similar intrusions in the future. This principle transforms momentary vulnerability into an opportunity for strengthening one's mental fortifications. Imagine a magical fortress where the walls can heal themselves after an attack, growing stronger precisely at the points where they were damaged. Similarly, the occlumens learns to repair mental barriers and even incorporate the experience of intrusion into their defensive architecture. Each attempted legilimency becomes a training opportunity, revealing weaknesses that might otherwise have remained undiscovered until a more critical moment. The final fundamental principle of occlumency is integration, the ability to weave these varied techniques into a seamless whole that operates with minimal conscious effort. The novice occlumens must deliberately employ each aspect of the discipline, requiring intense concentration that can be difficult to maintain during normal activities. The master, however, has internalized these principles so thoroughly that their mental defenses operate continuously as a background process, maintaining protection while allowing full engagement with the world. In the gentle stillness of our exploration, picture a skilled pianist whose fingers flow across the keys without conscious thought about the placement of each note. After years of practice, the music emerges naturally, each movement informed by deep technical knowledge that has become instinctive. So too does the accomplished occlumens achieve a state where protection no longer requires deliberate effort, but flows from the disciplined mind as naturally as breath. These 7 principles: awareness, emotional regulation, visualization, compartmentalization, misdirection, recovery, and integration, form the foundation of occlumency practice across all cultural and historical traditions. While specific techniques and approaches vary widely, these underlying concepts remain consistent wherever the discipline has been taught. They represent not merely magical theory, but a profound understanding of the architecture of human consciousness itself. As we conclude our exploration of these fundamental principles, consider how they might apply beyond the specific context of magical mind protection. The occlumens develops capacities that prove valuable in many aspects of both magical and ordinary life: self-knowledge, emotional resilience, mental organization, strategic thinking, adaptability, and the integration of complex skills into seamless practice. Perhaps this explains why accomplished practitioners often excel in fields seemingly unrelated to mind magic. From potion making to diplomatic negotiation to magical combat, the discipline has much to teach even those who never face a legilimency attack, offering insights into the nature of consciousness that few other magical practices provide. In an age where information constantly bombards the senses and attention is increasingly fragmented, the focused awareness cultivated by occlumency offers a path to mental clarity and presence that many find transformative. As the night deepens around us and the principles we've explored settle into your thoughts, consider this: in what areas of your life might greater awareness of your mental patterns, more skillful regulation of emotions, or better compartmentalization of concerns serve you? What mental visualizations might help you organize your thoughts more effectively? And what misdirections might you already employ to protect your privacy in daily interactions? How might the principles of occlumency, adapted to your own circumstances, enhance your relationship with your own consciousness? Chapter 4: Notable Occlumens. Throughout wizarding history, the soft glow of ancient portraits lines the corridor of time, each frame containing a face whose eyes seem to hold secrets beyond telling. Tonight, we shall walk this hallway of remembrance together, pausing before the images of those witches and wizards whose mastery of occlumency forever changed the course of magical history, individuals whose ability to shield their minds proved as powerful as any spell cast from a wand. Throughout the centuries, certain practitioners of occlumency have risen to legendary status, their mental fortitude becoming the standard against which others measure themselves. These masters did not merely practice the discipline, they transformed it, each contributing unique innovations that expanded our understanding of what mind magic could achieve. Their stories offer not just historical interest, but profound insight into the varied applications and potential of this subtle art. Our journey begins in the flickering torchlight of medieval Europe, where we find the enigmatic figure of Morgana Le Fay. While history remembers her primarily as a powerful enchantress and adversary of Merlin, magical scholars recognize her as perhaps the first documented occlumency innovator. Living in an era when magical minds were particularly vulnerable to external influence, Morgana developed techniques for compartmentalizing consciousness that were revolutionary for her time. Contemporary accounts describe how Morgana could maintain multiple magical workings simultaneously without cross-contamination, a feat that required extraordinary mental partitioning. More impressively, She could selectively reveal thoughts to different individuals, appearing to be entirely honest with each, while disclosing only what she wished them to know. This selective transparency, documented in the private journals of her apprentices, represents an early example of advanced occlumency misdirection. What makes Morgana's achievements particularly remarkable is that she developed these techniques without formal instruction, in an era when mental magic was poorly understood. Her methods were preserved through an oral tradition maintained by a lineage of female practitioners, eventually reaching Hogwarts centuries later through Rowena Ravenclaw, who incorporated elements of Morgana's approach into her own teaching. As we move forward through our corridor of notable practitioners, we pause before a portrait of Paracelsus, the renowned 16th-century Swiss alchemist and healer. Though better known for his contributions to magical medicine, Paracelsus was also an accomplished occlumency who approached the discipline from a unique perspective, viewing the mind not primarily as a fortress to be defended, but as a garden to be cultivated. Paracelsus believed that thoughts possessed their own subtle energies, which could be harmonized or disrupted through conscious intention. His approach to occlumency emphasized creating mental environments where certain thoughts would naturally flourish, while others would find no purchase, like a garden where only selected plants are given the conditions to thrive. This ecological approach made his mental defenses remarkably resilient, as they worked with rather than against the natural tendencies of consciousness. In his treatise De Natura Rerum, Paracelsus described his method. The wise gardener does not exhaust himself fighting each weed individually, but rather creates conditions where his chosen plants thrive, and unwanted growth withers of its own accord. So too must the wizard tend the garden of his mind, cultivating thoughts of his choosing while creating soil inhospitable to invasive influences. This approach proved particularly effective against the crude legilimency techniques common in his era, which typically focused on forceful extraction, rather than subtle navigation of the target's consciousness. When faced with Paracelsus's mental landscape, such intrusions would find themselves drawn toward innocuous thoughts that grew prominently in his mental garden, while sensitive information remained naturally concealed in areas cultivated specifically for their protection. Continuing our journey through time, we encounter a more recent yet equally influential figure, Elizabeth Burke, the 18th-century occlumency instructor, whose systematic approach transformed the discipline from an intuitive art to a methodical science. Burke, a member of the prestigious and occasionally notorious Burke family, recognized that while natural aptitude varied widely, proper instruction could significantly improve anyone's mental defenses. The portrait before us shows Burke as she appeared in her prime, silver-haired despite her youth, with eyes of such penetrating clarity that even in painted form, they seem to evaluate one's worthiness for her instruction. Known for accepting only 12 students throughout her lifetime, Burke demanded absolute dedication, often testing prospective apprentices by subjecting them to unannounced legilimency attacks in everyday situations to assess their natural resilience. Burke's innovation lay in her development of progressive training exercises, beginning with simple visualization techniques and gradually introducing more complex challenges as the students' abilities developed. Her manuscript, The Structured Min, a progressive approach to occlumency, though never widely published, circulated among serious practitioners and eventually found its way to the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, where it influenced generations of students with sufficient determination to obtain permission for its consultation. What distinguished Burke's approach was her emphasis on consistency over intensity. Rather than pushing students to create perfect but unsustainable mental barriers during formal practice, she insisted they maintain modest but constant protection throughout daily activities. Better a modest shield carried always, she wrote, than an impenetrable fortress abandoned at the first distraction. The wisdom of this approach became evident in the accomplishments of her students, who included 2 ministers of magic and the founders of the Department of Mysteries Mind Division. These individuals demonstrated remarkable mental resilience, even under extreme circumstances, maintaining their occlumency barriers during crises when others would have faltered. As we continue along our portrait gallery, The lamps dim slightly as we approach a figure whose contribution to occlumency came at tremendous personal cost. Arcturus Black III, grandfather of Sirius Black, and patriarch of the ancient House of Black during the Grindelwald era. Arcturus's aristocratic features, captured in oils by a master portraitist, convey a sense of unyielding determination that characterized both his public persona and his mental discipline. Arcturus developed what became known as sacrificial occlumency, a controversial technique involving the deliberate surrender of selected memories to protect more crucial information. Unlike standard memory modification, which remains detectable to skilled legilimens, Arcturus's method involved complete excision of certain memories, creating genuine absences in his mental landscape that proved impossible to distinguish from natural gaps in recollection. The extraordinary aspect of his technique was that these sacrificed memories were not truly lost, but translocated to external vessels, objects enchanted to store consciousness in a manner similar to but distinct from pensieves. These vessels, typically inconspicuous items like signet rings or pocket watches, contained the extracted memories until they could be safely reintegrated after the danger of mental intrusion had passed. The personal cost of this approach became apparent over time, as repeated memory extraction and reintegration created subtle discontinuities in Arcturus's consciousness. In his later years, he experienced increasing difficulty distinguishing between memories that had been temporarily removed and those he had naturally forgotten, leading to a fragmentation of identity that magical historians now recognize as an inherent risk of his method. Despite these costs, Arcturus's technique proved invaluable during Grindelwald's rise to power, when many prominent magical families faced coercive attempts to extract information about their allegiances. Several members of the Black family employed variations of Arcturus's method to protect sensitive information, contributing significantly to the resistance against Grindelwald's forces in Britain. Moving forward to more recent times, our attention turns to a figure whose mastery of occlumency proved crucial during both Wizarding Wars: Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The portrait shows him as many remember him, eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, suggesting warmth and wisdom that belied the formidable mental fortifications behind that genial expression. Dumbledore's approach to occlumency reflected his broader magical philosophy that the greatest power often lies not in domination but in understanding. Rather than conceptualizing mental defense as a battle against intrusion, he viewed it as a collaboration with his own consciousness, working with rather than against the natural patterns of his mind. What made Dumbledore's occlumency particularly effective was its integration with his extraordinary capacity for empathy. By maintaining deep awareness of others' perspectives, he could anticipate what a legilimens might seek in his mind and prepare accordingly. This anticipatory occlumency allowed him to present not empty barriers, but carefully constructed mental narratives that satisfied the intruder's expectations without revealing protected information. Perhaps most remarkably, Dumbledore maintained these sophisticated defenses while projecting an aura of complete openness, appearing to wear his thoughts on the surface while keeping his deepest secrets perfectly secure. This ability to seem transparent while remaining inscrutable proved crucial during his many interactions with Tom Riddle, both before and after the latter's transformation into Lord Voldemort. According to those who knew him well, Dumbledore's mental discipline was so ingrained that it operated even during sleep and moments of apparent distraction. Minerva McGonagall once remarked that Albus could be discussing Bertie Bott's flavors one moment and thwarting a mental intrusion the next, without so much as pausing in his appreciation of a particularly surprising jelly bean. Our gallery of notable occlumens would be incomplete without acknowledging Badia Ali, the contemporary magical theorist, whose ongoing work at the intersection of occlumency and magical neuroscience has revolutionized our understanding of the discipline. Though still active in her research, Ali has already secured her place among history's significant practitioners through her integration of traditional techniques with empirical study of magical consciousness. The portrait shows a woman in her 50s with keen eyes and an expression of perpetual curiosity, surrounded by floating diagrams representing neural pathways, as influenced by occlumency practice. Ali's background in both Eastern and Western magical traditions gives her a uniquely comprehensive perspective on mental magic, allowing her to identify commonalities across seemingly disparate approaches. Ali's signature contribution is the development of resonant occlumency, a technique that harmonizes the practitioner's mental frequencies with those of potential intrusions, creating neither barriers nor misdirections, but rather a state where external magical influence simply cannot find purchase. She compares this approach to the way certain musical notes can cancel others when perfectly aligned but opposed in phase. Her research has proven particularly valuable for those with natural sensitivity to mental influence, who often struggled with traditional occlumency techniques that demanded rigid control. Ali's method works with this sensitivity rather than against it, transforming what was once considered a vulnerability into a source of strength. Her workshops have helped many witches and wizards who previously believed themselves incapable of mental self-defense to develop effective protection tailored to their particular cognitive styles. No exploration of notable occlumens would be complete without examining the extraordinary case of Severus Snape, whose mastery of the discipline enabled one of the most difficult and dangerous feats of espionage in magical history. The austere portrait shows a man whose stern features and penetrating gaze reveal little of the internal complexity that made his mental discipline so remarkable. What distinguished Snape's occlumency was not merely its effectiveness, but its sustainability under conditions that would have broken lesser practitioners. For years, he maintained perfect mental compartmentalization, while regularly subjected to the legilimency of Lord Voldemort, widely considered the most powerful and ruthless mind-reader of the modern era. This required not just occasional successful resistance, but constant, flawless performance without a single moment of vulnerability. The particular genius of Snape's approach lay in its layered authenticity. Rather than creating entirely false mental content, he built his deception around genuine emotions and experiences, carefully curated to support his cover while concealing his true allegiances. His legitimate resentments, ambitions, and grievances formed the outer layer of his consciousness, accessible to Voldemort's probing and sufficiently convincing because they were, in fact, real aspects of his complex personality. Behind this outer authenticity lay carefully constructed secondary barriers, protecting information about the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore's plans, and behind even these formidable defenses resided his deepest secret, his enduring love for Lily Potter, and the lifetime of choices that flowed from that pivotal attachment. That this most personal truth remained undiscovered, despite years of regular mental examination by one of history's most accomplished legilimens, testifies to the extraordinary sophistication of Snape's occlumency. Magical theorists continue to debate how Snape achieved this remarkable feat. Some suggest that his emotional compartmentalization began long before his formal study of occlumency, as a psychological response to childhood trauma. Others point to his exceptional intelligence and precision, qualities that served him equally well in potion-making and mental discipline. Whatever the explanation, his achievement stands as perhaps the most consequential application of occlumency in recent magical history, directly contributing to Voldemort's ultimate defeat. As our journey through this gallery of notable practitioners concludes, we find ourselves standing before one final portrait, one whose subject might seem surprising: Harry Potter. Though never formally recognized as an occlumenz and famously struggling with the discipline during his 5th year at Hogwarts, Potter ultimately developed a unique relationship with mental magic that deserves recognition alongside more conventional mastery. The portrait shows Potter as he appeared shortly after the Battle of Hogwarts, young, but with eyes that reflect experiences beyond his years. His relationship with occlumency followed a path unlike any other in magical history, shaped by the unprecedented mental connection he shared with Voldemort and his possession of a singularly resilient form of consciousness. Potter's initial difficulties with traditional occlumency techniques under Snape's tutelage are well documented, yet magical historians now recognize that these struggles stemmed not from lack of aptitude, but from the fundamental incompatibility between standard approaches and Potter's unique mental circumstance. The very connection that made him vulnerable to Voldemort's influence rendered conventional mental barriers counterproductive, potentially strengthening rather than weakening the link they sought to sever. What Potter eventually developed, largely through intuition rather than formal study, was a form of inverse occlumency, not building walls against intrusion, but rather extending his consciousness beyond its normal boundaries, transforming from a passive recipient of Voldemort's thoughts to an active participant in their mental connection. This unprecedented approach culminated in his deliberate surrender to death in the Forbidden Forest, a choice that paradoxically gave him greater mental autonomy than any defensive barrier could have provided. Magical theorists continue to study this case, suggesting that Potter's experience may offer insights into entirely new branches of mental magic, disciplines that work not through resistance or containment, but through radical acceptance and transcendence of conventional boundaries between minds. While few would recommend his path as a practical approach to occlumency, his experience expands our understanding of what mind magic might ultimately encompass. As the lamps in our portrait gallery dim, and the faces of these remarkable practitioners fade into shadow, consider what lessons their varied approaches might offer. Each developed technique suited to their particular circumstances, abilities, and needs, reminding us that there is no single correct path to mastery of this ancient discipline. The history of occlumency is not a progression toward a perfect method, but rather an ever-expanding exploration of the infinite complexities of magical consciousness. In the quiet darkness, as we conclude our journey through this lineage of mental mastery, what aspects of these varied approaches resonate with your own understanding of the mind? Which of these notable practitioners might have wisdom particularly relevant to your journey through the magical world, and what innovations in the discipline of occlumency might still await discovery by those with the courage and insight to explore the furthest reaches of magical consciousness? Chapter 5. Severus Snape. The consummate occlumens. The flickering light of a solitary candle casts long shadows across the stone walls of a dungeon office, where a tall, slender figure stands before a pensieve, silver threads of memory swirling in its luminous basin. In this moment of solitude, we glimpse Severus Snape as few ever saw him. Unguarded, his normally impassive features softened briefly by thoughts he would allow no living soul to witness. Here, in the privacy of his sanctuary, the man widely regarded as the most accomplished occlumens of his generation prepares to conceal yet another layer of himself from the world. To understand the extraordinary mental discipline of Severus Snape is to understand a lifetime of necessary secrecy, of identities balanced on a knife's edge, and of emotions so carefully contained that their rare eruptions seemed like forces of nature. His mastery of occlumency was not merely an academic achievement, but a survival mechanism developed through decades of navigating the most dangerous magical politics of his era. Born to Eileen Prince, a witch, and Tobias Snape, a muggle with little appreciation for magic, young Severus grew up in the industrial town of Cokeworth, in a neighborhood called Spinner's End. His childhood home was a place of tension and conflict, where magic was both a source of wonder and of discord. It was in this challenging environment that Snape first began to develop the emotional compartmentalization that would later serve as the foundation for his occlumency skills. Children who grow up in unpredictable circumstances often develop an acute sensitivity to the moods and intentions of others, a hyper-awareness that allows them to navigate volatile situations. For young Severus, this meant learning to conceal his thoughts and feelings from his father, while simultaneously developing a rich internal world where his magical identity could flourish. Without formal training or even awareness of what he was doing, the boy was practicing rudimentary forms of mental shielding. His friendship with Lily Evans, a muggle-born witch who lived nearby, provided both solace and complication. Here was someone with whom he could share his magical knowledge and aspirations, yet the depth of his feelings for her created a vulnerability that contrasted sharply with his growing tendency towards self-protection. This tension between the desire for connection and the perceived need for emotional fortress building would define much of Snape's relationship with Occlumency throughout his life. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Severus encountered new challenges to his evolving mental discipline. Sorted into Slytherin, he found himself in a house that valued cunning and self-preservation, qualities that aligned well with his natural tendencies toward privacy and caution. Yet he also faced ongoing conflict with James Potter and Sirius Black, whose persistent antagonism forced him to develop ever more sophisticated methods of emotional concealment. It was during his 5th year at Hogwarts that Snape likely began formal study of occlumency. The restricted section of the Hogwarts library contained several classic texts on the subject, and Severus, an exceptional student with a particular interest in the more obscure branches of magic, would have found ways to access these resources. His natural aptitude, combined with his determination to protect himself from both emotional and magical vulnerability, made him an ideal candidate for the discipline. The turning point in Snape's development as an Occlumens came after one of the most painful episodes of his young life, the moment when, in humiliation and anger, he called Lily Evans a mudblood, irreparably damaging their friendship. The emotional aftermath of this event forced Severus to confront the consequences of losing control. If his unguarded words could destroy something so precious to him, then perhaps the solution was to ensure he was never unguarded again. In the quiet of our evening reflection, imagine the young Severus in the aftermath of this loss, sitting alone in a secluded corner of the Slytherin common room. The greenish light filtering through the underwater windows casts an appropriate pallor over his face as he turns inward, methodically beginning to construct the mental architecture that would eventually become his formidable occlumency barriers. Layer by layer, he builds walls around the pain, not to diminish it, but to contain it, to prevent it from ever again breaking through in ways that might betray him. By the time he left Hogwarts, Snape had developed an occlumency practice sophisticated enough to shield his more vulnerable thoughts from casual detection. Yet the true refinement of his skill came during his early affiliation with the Death Eaters, where mind-reading was not merely an abstract threat, but a regular occurrence. Lord Voldemort frequently employed legilimency to assess the loyalty of his followers, and surviving these mental probings required more than basic defenses. It was in this dangerous environment that Snape developed his signature approach to occlumency, a method that relied not on blank barriers, which might trigger suspicion, but on carefully curated authenticity. He allowed Voldemort access to selected genuine thoughts, emotions, and memories that supported his cover story, while concealing anything that might reveal his growing disillusionment. This strategy required extraordinary mental compartmentalization. Snape learned to simultaneously hold contradictory truths in his mind, his genuine resentment toward James Potter, alongside his growing horror at Voldemort's methods, his ambition for recognition and power alongside his enduring love for Lily, his participation in Death Eater activities alongside his increasing desire to defect. Each of these truths occupied its own mental chamber, accessible to him but separated from the others by barriers imperceptible even to the most skilled legilimens. The greatest test of Snape's occlumency came when he learned that Voldemort had interpreted Sybil Trelawney's prophecy as referring to Lily Potter's son, placing the woman he loved in mortal danger. In perhaps the most consequential decision of his life, Severus approached Albus Dumbledore, confessing his role in relaying the prophecy to Voldemort and begging for Lily's protection. This moment marked the beginning of Snape's double life as a spy, a role that would demand occlumency skills beyond what most wizards could imagine, let alone achieve. He now needed to deceive not one but two of the most powerful legilimens in the magical world, Voldemort and Dumbledore. While Dumbledore did not routinely invade Snape's mind as Voldemort did, the headmaster's penetrating gaze and intuitive understanding of human nature presented their own challenges to maintaining necessary secrets. Despite his efforts, Snape could not prevent Lily's murder. The grief that followed might have shattered a lesser occlumens, but Severus channeled his anguish into an even more formidable mental discipline. In the quiet solitude of morning, he reconstructed his occlumency barriers with Lily's memory at their center, protected, preserved, but hidden from the world behind layers of bitterness, sarcasm, and apparent loyalty to the remnants of Voldemort's cause. During the years between Voldemort's first defeat and his eventual return, Snape refined his techniques while serving as potions master at Hogwarts. The precision and attention to detail required for advanced potion making complemented his occlumency practice, both disciplines demanding similar qualities of mind: focus, compartmentalization, and the ability to maintain multiple simultaneous awareness streams without cross-contamination. In the soft lamplight of our evening contemplation, picture Professor Snape moving through the corridors of Hogwarts, his black robes billowing behind him like physical manifestations of his mental barriers. Behind the stern expression and sharp tongue, behind even the bitterness and lingering grief, lies a consciousness organized with extraordinary discipline, each thought, memory, and emotion in its proper place, accessible when needed, but never spilling into spaces where it might be exposed. When Harry Potter arrived at Hogwarts, Snape faced a new challenge to his mental discipline. Here was the living embodiment of both his greatest love and his most persistent resentment. Lily's eyes looking out from James Potter's face. The complex emotions this stirred required even more rigorous compartmentalization, especially as he fulfilled his promise to Dumbledore to help protect the boy, while maintaining his cover as a former Death Eater who had merely defected out of self-preservation. Voldemort's return in 1995 forced Snape to employ his occlumency at unprecedented levels. Resuming his role as a spy, he now had to convince the Dark Lord that he had remained loyal throughout the years of his absence, while actually working against him. This required not just concealing certain thoughts, but constructing an entire alternative mental narrative, a version of events that was detailed enough to withstand Voldemort's scrutiny, yet consistent with what the Dark Lord already believed, or could verify through other sources. It was during this period that Dumbledore instructed Snape to teach occlumency to Harry Potter, whose mental connection to Voldemort posed dangers to both the boy and the Order of the Phoenix. These lessons provide us with rare documented instances of Snape actually discussing his approach to the discipline, though his teaching methods reveal both the strengths and limitations of his particular style. "Clear your mind and control your emotions," Snape instructed Harry, emphasizing the approach that had worked for his own highly compartmentalized psyche. Yet this method proved ill-suited to Harry's more emotionally expressive and intuitive nature. What came naturally to Snape, the rigid separation of emotion from strategic thinking, was nearly impossible for a boy whose strength had always been his capacity for deep feeling and connection. The failure of these lessons highlights an important truth about occlumency. There is no universal method that works for all practitioners. Effective mental defense must align with one's natural cognitive patterns rather than fighting against them. Snape's mistake was assuming that his own approach, developed through decades of painful experience and suited to his particular psychology, could be directly transferred to someone with a fundamentally different relationship to his emotions. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Snape's occlumency was its sustainability. For years he maintained his mental defenses not just during occasional challenges, but continuously, never knowing when Voldemort might attempt to access his thoughts. This constant vigilance would have exhausted most wizards, yet Snape performed it while simultaneously fulfilling his duties as a teacher, head of house, and active member of the Order of the Phoenix. How did he achieve this seemingly impossible feat of mental endurance? Magical historians suggest that the answer lies in the integration of occlumency into his fundamental sense of self. For Snape, mental compartmentalization was not something he did, but something he was, a core aspect of his identity as essential as breathing. The barriers between different aspects of his consciousness had become so naturalized that maintaining them required minimal active effort, allowing him to function effectively despite the extraordinary complexity of his inner landscape. The pinnacle of Snape's achievement as an occlumens came in the most difficult moment of his double agency, when, on Dumbledore's orders, he killed the only person who fully knew and accepted all facets of his true self. The murder of Albus Dumbledore required Snape to not only perform the act, but to shield from Voldemort any hint that it had been planned between them, that it was an act of mercy rather than betrayal, and that he remained committed to the cause for which Dumbledore had fought. In the aftermath of this event, Snape entered perhaps the most isolated period of his life. Perceived as a traitor by the Order of the Phoenix, and elevated to headmaster of Hogwarts by Voldemort, he navigated a precarious position where a single mental slip could prove fatal. Yet even in this extremity, his occlumency never faltered. He continued to protect students where possible while maintaining his cover, all while keeping his true intentions hidden from the Death Eaters, who now served as his fellow staff members. The final test of Snape's mental discipline came in the Shrieking Shack, where Voldemort, believing him to be the master of the Elder Wand, ordered Nagini to kill him. Even in his dying moments, Severus maintained enough presence of mind to pass his crucial memories to Harry Potter, revealing at last the truth he had concealed for so long. Only in death did he finally lower the barriers that had defined his life, allowing another to witness the love, remorse, and quiet heroism that had animated his most closely guarded choices. In the gentle stillness of our evening together, consider what the story of Severus Snape reveals about the true nature of occlumency. Beyond the technical descriptions found in magical textbooks, beyond the theoretical principles we have explored, his life demonstrates that the highest expression of this discipline is not merely the ability to block external intrusion, but to maintain one's essential self, even while presenting a different face to the world. Snape's mastery reminds us that occlumency at its most advanced is not merely defensive but creative. The construction of a mental architecture, sophisticated enough to house multiple truths simultaneously, to protect what is most vulnerable while still functioning effectively in the most dangerous circumstances. It is a discipline that requires not just skill but courage, the willingness to stand alone in the knowledge of one's true motives and commitments. As the candle burns low in our chamber of contemplation, as the shadows lengthen across stone floors that have witnessed centuries of magical study, what lessons might we take from the life and practice of this consummate occlumens? How might his extraordinary journey from wounded child to double agent to revealed hero deepen our understanding of the relationship between mental discipline and moral choice? And what does it suggest about the hidden depths that may exist in those around us, whose thoughts remain carefully shielded behind unreadable expressions? Chapter 6. Harry Potter's struggles with occlumency. Moonlight spills through an arched window of Hogwarts Castle, illuminating a classroom emptied of all but two figures. A dark-haired boy of 15 stands with wand trembling in his hand, emerald eyes reflecting determination and frustration in equal measure. Across from him, the imposing form of Professor Snape raises his wand once more, his voice cutting through the silence. Clear your mind, Potter. As we settle into this scene of quiet tension, we witness perhaps the most documented struggle with occlumency in recent wizarding history. The failed attempts of Harry Potter to master this subtle discipline during his 5th year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The story of Harry Potter's relationship with occlumency offers invaluable insights into the discipline, not through exemplary mastery, but through instructive failure. His difficulties illuminate the challenges faced by many who attempt to learn this ancient art, particularly those whose natural cognitive and emotional tendencies run counter to traditional approaches. By examining where and why he struggled, we gain a deeper understanding of the prerequisites for successful mental defense and the varied paths that different practitioners must forge. Harry's introduction to occlumency came under circumstances far from ideal. By the time Albus Dumbledore instructed Severus Snape to teach him the discipline, Harry had already experienced multiple intrusions into his mind through his connection with Lord Voldemort. This unusual mental link, created when Voldemort's killing curse rebounded upon its caster, leaving Harry with his lightning scar, had begun manifesting not just in painful sensations, but in shared visions and emotions, a phenomenon unprecedented in magical literature. The urgency of the situation left little time for the gradual introduction most beginners receive. While standard occlumency training typically begins with theoretical understanding and basic meditation techniques practiced over weeks or months before any actual mental intrusion is attempted. Harry was thrust directly into practical defense against Occlumency attacks from his very first lesson. In the quiet of our evening contemplation, picture the scene in that cold dungeon classroom, as Harry stood before Professor Snape, hearing the instructions that would prove so difficult to follow. You will need to clear your mind and let go of all emotion. For a boy whose greatest magical strengths had always flowed directly from his emotional intensity, his capacity for love, courage, and righteous anger, this approach presented an almost insurmountable challenge. Harry's initial attempts revealed the first significant obstacle in his Occlumency journey: temperamental incompatibility with the traditional approach. Some disciplines of magic align naturally with certain personality types, just as transfiguration often comes more easily to methodical, precise individuals, and divination tends to favor the intuitive and receptive. Occlumency, as traditionally taught, favors those with natural tendencies toward emotional containment and mental compartmentalization. Unlike Severus Snape, who had spent a lifetime perfecting the art of concealing his thoughts and feelings, raised in the emotionally barren environment of the Dursley household, he had maintained his sense of self precisely by refusing to suppress his true feelings and thoughts, even when he could not express them openly. His emotional authenticity became not just a character trait, but a survival mechanism, a way of preserving his identity in an environment that sought to diminish him. This fundamental aspect of Harry's psychological makeup meant that the standard instruction to empty yourself of emotion felt not just difficult but threatening, as though he were being asked to surrender the very quality that had sustained him through years of adversity. His resistance was not mere stubbornness, but a deep-seated protective instinct against what his subconscious perceived as a kind of self-erasure. The second significant factor in Harry's struggles lay in the complex relationship between teacher and student. Severus Snape and Harry Potter brought to their Occlumency lessons a history of mutual antipathy that created nearly impossible conditions for successful instruction. Occlumency, perhaps more than any other magical discipline, requires a foundation of trust between teacher and student. The very nature of the practice, the deliberate exposure and protection of one's most private thoughts, demands a relationship where vulnerability feels safe. Instead, Harry faced a teacher who had shown consistent hostility toward him since his first day at Hogwarts. The notion of opening his mind to Snape, even for the purpose of learning to close it, triggered instinctive resistance. Similarly, Snape's unresolved feelings about Harry, seeing in him both the son of his childhood tormentor and the son of the woman he had loved, created an emotional complexity that undermined his effectiveness as an instructor in this particular discipline. In the gentle lamplight of our evening's exploration, consider how these sessions might have progressed differently had another teacher been assigned. Minerva McGonagall, with her clear boundaries and fundamental fairness, or Phileas Flitwick, with his encouraging approach and precise instruction, might have created an environment where Harry felt secure enough to lower his initial defenses in order to build stronger ones. The mismatch between Harry's learning needs and Snape's teaching style reminds us that even the most skilled practitioner of a magical art may not be its most effective teacher. The third challenge in Harry's Occlumency training stemmed from the unique nature of his mental connection to Voldemort. Standard Occlumency techniques were developed to defend against external attempts to enter one's mind, a legilimens actively trying to penetrate mental barriers from the outside. Harry's situation was fundamentally different. He was dealing with a pre-existing connection that operated beyond the normal parameters of legilimency. When Harry experienced visions or emotions from Voldemort, it was not the result of the Dark Lord actively attempting to read his thoughts, but rather a passive sharing of consciousness through their unprecedented magical link. Traditional Occlumency defenses, designed to repel active intrusion, proved less effective against this unique form of mental connection. It was akin to using a shield, designed to block frontal attacks when the vulnerability actually lay in an internal resonance between two magically connected minds. This mismatch between standard technique and unique circumstance was never fully addressed in Harry's training. Snape, despite his mastery of conventional occlumency, had no experience with the type of connection Harry shared with Voldemort. His instruction therefore focused on approaches that, while theoretically sound, were not optimally suited to Harry's specific situation. It was as though Harry were being taught to defend against a curse, when what he actually faced was closer to a magical echo. The fourth factor contributing to Harry's difficulties was the timing and context of his training. The lessons took place during his 5th year at Hogwarts, arguably the most stressful period of his educational experience. Under the oppressive regime of Dolores Umbridge, with wall examinations approaching, and the wizarding world either denying or attacking his truthful account of Voldemort's return, Harry was already emotionally overwhelmed before adding the demanding discipline of occlumency to his burdens. Successful occlumency practice requires a certain baseline of mental calm and focus. Just as one cannot learn to swim properly while in the midst of a stormy sea, mastering the subtle art of mental defense becomes exponentially more difficult during periods of extreme stress. Harry's attempts to clear his mind and control his emotions were undertaken precisely when external circumstances made such clarity nearly impossible to achieve. In the warm quietude of our contemplation, imagine trying to still the surface of a pool while stones are continuously being thrown into it from all directions. This was effectively what Harry faced, attempting to develop mental serenity while surrounded by circumstances that provoked constant emotional turbulence. The timing of his training placed him at a significant disadvantage from the outset. The fifth obstacle in Harry's journey with occlumency was perhaps the most profound, the absence of a clear understanding of why the discipline was necessary. While he was told that he needed to block the connection with Voldemort, the full context and consequences of failing to do so were deliberately withheld. Dumbledore, fearing that Voldemort might exploit their connection to access his own thoughts through Harry, maintained distance from him and instructed Snape not to explain the complete situation. This lack of context deprived Harry of one of the most powerful motivational forces in magical education, comprehensive understanding of purpose. Without knowing exactly what was at stake, he could not fully commit to a practice that felt counterintuitive and uncomfortable. Magical discipline, particularly in the more subtle arts, requires not just technical adherence but deep conviction in its necessity. Harry's partial information left him with insufficient motivation to overcome his natural resistance to the methods being taught. The tragic consequences of this failure became apparent when Voldemort used their connection to plant a false vision, luring Harry to the Department of Mysteries in the belief that he was rescuing Sirius Black. The resulting confrontation led to the very real death of Harry's godfather, a devastating loss that might have been prevented had his occlumency training succeeded. In the somber glow of this recollection, we see how the withholding of crucial information, though intended as protection, ultimately contributed to the very harm it sought to prevent. It stands as a poignant reminder that effective magical education, particularly in defensive arts, must include not just technique but context, the full understanding of what one is defending against and why. The sixth element in Harry's struggle with occlumency was the nature of the practice sessions themselves. The approach taken was almost exclusively confrontational, Snape repeatedly attacking Harry's mind with legilimency, giving him little time to recover between attempts and minimal guidance on how to improve his resistance beyond the vague instruction to clear your mind. This sink-or-swim methodology might occasionally prove effective for students with natural aptitude for the discipline, but it created a counterproductive cycle for Harry. Each unsuccessful defense left him more frustrated, embarrassed, and emotionally aroused, states directly contrary to the mental condition he needed to achieve for successful occlumency. Rather than gradually building skill through progressive exercises, the relentless nature of these sessions reinforced his sense of inadequacy and intensified his emotional reactivity. Alternative approaches might have served him better. Gradual exposure to lighter forms of legilimency, specific visualization techniques tailored to his imaginative strengths, or exercises that worked with rather than against his emotional nature, could have provided pathways to success that the confrontational method did not. The rigidity of the instruction methodology, reveals a common limitation in magical education: the tendency to teach as one was taught rather than adapting to the unique needs of the individual student. The seventh and perhaps most interesting aspect of Harry's experience with occlumency was the question of whether he truly failed at the discipline, or simply required an approach fundamentally different from traditional methods. While his attempts to learn conventional occlumency techniques were unsuccessful, Harry ultimately developed his own form of mental defense that operated on entirely different principles. In the quiet darkness of our evening reflection, consider what happened in the Department of Mysteries when Voldemort attempted to possess Harry directly. Finding himself unable to remain within Harry's consciousness due to the overwhelming love the boy felt for his recently lost godfather, Voldemort was effectively repelled, not by mental barriers or emotional emptiness, but by the very emotional intensity that traditional occlumency sought to suppress. This moment reveals a profound truth about magical resistance. There are multiple paths to mental defense, some of which may contradict conventional wisdom. For Harry, emotional fullness rather than emptiness proved to be his most effective shield. His capacity for love, the power that Voldemort knew not as prophesied, functioned as a form of innate protection that no taught technique could improve upon. In this light, we might reinterpret Harry's failure with occlumency not as an inability to master mental defense, but as evidence that he required a fundamentally different approach aligned with his unique magical nature. Just as wands must be matched to the wizard, magical disciplines sometimes need to be adapted to the practitioner, rather than forcing the practitioner to conform to standardized methodologies. The final lesson from Harry's journey with occlumency emerges from his experiences after the formal lessons ended. Though he never returned to structured training in the discipline, Harry gradually developed greater awareness and control of his connection with Voldemort. By his 7th year, he had achieved the ability to intentionally access the Dark Lord's thoughts when strategically valuable while maintaining his own mental distinctness, a selective openness that served his purposes better than complete barrier building would have. This evolution suggests that magical learning often continues beyond formal instruction, shaped by practical necessity and individual exploration. Harry's eventual approach to his mental connection was neither traditional occlumency nor complete vulnerability, but rather a nuanced form of selective awareness that he developed through direct experience with the unique magical circumstances he faced. As we draw our exploration of Harry Potter's struggles with occlumency to a close, the chamber growing darker as our candle burns low, consider what his journey teaches us about the nature of magical learning itself. Perhaps the most valuable insight is that failure in one approach does not necessarily indicate inability to achieve the underlying goal. Different minds require different methods, and magical education at its best recognizes and adapts to these diverse needs, rather than expecting uniform conformity to standardized techniques. Harry's experience also illuminates the profound role of emotional context in magical practice. The conditions under which we learn, the relationships involved, the stresses present, the information available to us, shape our capacity as significantly as our innate abilities. Even the most naturally talented witch or wizard may struggle when these contextual factors align poorly with their learning needs. In the gentle silence that follows this reflection, consider your own relationship with disciplines that have challenged you. Where might an approach tailored to your unique temperament and circumstances succeed where standardized methodologies have failed? What forms of magical protection might resonate with your particular strengths, even if they differ from traditional practices? And how might understanding the full complexity of Harry's journey with occlumency illuminate new possibilities for your own magical development? Chapter 7. The connection between occlumency and emotional control. The gentle shimmer of twilight bathes a secluded clearing in the forbidden forest, where a single figure sits in perfect stillness upon a moss-covered stone. Around her, creatures of the night begin their quiet symphony, yet she remains unmoved, her breath measured, her gaze steady. This witch is practicing not spellwork or potion-making, but something more fundamental, the precise regulation of her emotional state that forms the foundation of effective occlumency. In this tranquil moment, we begin our exploration of the profound and often misunderstood relationship between emotional control and the magical protection of the mind. Among the many misconceptions surrounding occlumency, perhaps none is more pervasive than the belief that the discipline requires the complete suppression of emotion, a state of perfect detachment or emptiness. This misunderstanding stems partly from the terse instruction often given to beginners: clear your mind. Yet true mastery of occlumency involves not the absence of emotion, but rather a sophisticated relationship with one's emotional landscape, a relationship characterized by awareness, acceptance, and strategic regulation. To understand this relationship fully, we must first consider the nature of emotion itself within magical consciousness. Emotions are not merely subjective experiences, but magical phenomena in their own right, powerful currents of energy that influence spellcasting, potion efficacy, and especially the boundaries between minds. Strong emotions create ripples in the magical field surrounding a witch or wizard, making thoughts associated with those feelings more accessible to legilimency and similar forms of magical perception. In the soft glow of our evening contemplation, imagine emotions as colorful lights illuminating different chambers of consciousness. Joy might appear as golden radiance, anger as crimson flares, fear as pulsing purple shadows. A skilled legilimens can detect these emotional signatures even through modest mental barriers, using them as guides to navigate toward associated thoughts and memories. The stronger the emotion, the more visible the pathway becomes to an external observer. This visibility explains why untrained minds are particularly vulnerable during moments of emotional intensity. When we experience strong feelings, related thoughts rise closer to the surface of consciousness, becoming more accessible not just to our own awareness, but to magical detection as well. An individual overcome with grief, for instance, will find memories of the lost loved one spontaneously surfacing, and a legilimens would have little difficulty accessing these same memories by following the bright trails of emotional energy. The traditional approach to occlumency addresses this vulnerability through a technique often described as emotional quieting, the deliberate dampening of emotional intensity to reduce these telltale signatures. When Severus Snape instructed Harry Potter to empty yourself of emotion, he was not suggesting that Harry become emotionless, but rather that he learned to temporarily reduce the magical resonance of his feelings to make them less detectable. This approach has proven effective for many practitioners, particularly those with naturally reserved temperaments or well-developed compartmentalization skills. By creating a state of relative emotional quietude, they establish conditions where mental barriers can function more effectively, unmarked by the emotional flares that might otherwise signal the location of sensitive thoughts. However, this traditional method represents only one approach to the emotional dimension of occlumency. Throughout magical history, diverse traditions have developed alternative techniques better suited to different temperaments and circumstances. These varied approaches recognize that emotional control need not mean emotional suppression, that there are many ways to work with feeling states to protect mental integrity. The Eastern European tradition of occlumency, for instance, developed a technique known as emotional diffusion. Rather than attempting to quiet emotions, practitioners learn to spread emotional energy evenly throughout their consciousness, creating a uniform field that provides no specific pathways for a legilimens to follow. The emotion remains present and felt, but its magical signature becomes generalized, rather than attached to particular thoughts or memories. In the warmth of our evening gathering, imagine a drop of ink falling into water. Initially concentrated and visible, it gradually disperses until the entire volume takes on a faint, uniform tint. Similarly, the practitioner of emotional diffusion allows their feelings to spread throughout their consciousness until no particular thought glows more brightly than any other with emotional energy. This technique proves particularly valuable for those whose magical strength draws from emotional intensity, allowing them to maintain their power while still protecting specific mental content. The Mediterranean school of occlumency developed yet another approach, often called emotional counterbalancing. This sophisticated technique involves cultivating opposing emotional states simultaneously, creating interference patterns that confuse attempted legitimacy. A practitioner might, for example, hold genuine sorrow alongside authentic joy, allowing these contradictory feelings to exist in perfect balance. The resulting emotional complexity creates a form of protective dissonance, making it difficult for an external mind to establish clear pathways into the practitioner's thoughts. This method requires extraordinary emotional range and control, but offers unique advantages. Unlike techniques that dampen emotional intensity, counterbalancing allows for the full experience of feelings while still maintaining mental protection. Masters of this approach describe it not as emotional restriction but as emotional expansion, the ability to hold a fuller spectrum of human experience simultaneously within consciousness. The relationship between occlumency and emotional control extends beyond defensive applications, influencing the practitioner's broader relationship with their feeling states. Long-term study of the discipline typically develops capacities that serve well beyond the specific context of mental defense. Emotional self-awareness, the ability to recognize feelings without being controlled by them, and the capacity to maintain internal equilibrium even in challenging circumstances. In the gentle shadows of our evening discourse, consider how a trained occlumency approaches an emotion like anger, unlike those without such training, who might be swept along by the feeling's intensity. The occlumency experiences it with a degree of witnessing consciousness, aware of the anger arising, recognizing its physical and magical signatures, but maintaining enough separation to choose their response rather than reacting automatically. This capacity represents not emotional coldness but emotional sophistication, the ability to experience feelings fully while retaining agency in relationship to them. This developed self-awareness explains why accomplished occlumency often demonstrate remarkable composure in crisis situations. Having practiced observing their emotional states during legitimacy attacks, they can apply the same witnessing presence to external challenges, maintaining access to their full cognitive resources rather than becoming overwhelmed by reactive emotional patterns. This quality made occlumency particularly valuable during both wizarding wars, where clear thinking amid chaos often made the difference between survival and tragedy. The practice of occlumency also cultivates emotional resilience, the ability to recover quickly from intense feeling states rather than remaining submerged in them. Through regular experience with observing emotions arise and dissipate during training sessions, practitioners develop confidence in the inherently transient nature of even powerful feelings. This understanding allows them to experience emotions fully, while trusting that no feeling state, however intense, will permanently overwhelm their capacities. Minerva McGonagall demonstrated this quality during the Battle of Hogwarts. Despite witnessing the deaths of colleagues and students, she maintained sufficient emotional regulation to coordinate defense strategies and protect those under her care. Her training in occlumency, though rarely discussed in her biography, provided tools for acknowledging her grief and fear without being incapacitated by them, not suppressing these natural responses, but navigating them with awareness that allowed for effective action alongside authentic feeling. Perhaps the most sophisticated dimension of emotional control within advanced occlumency is the capacity for emotional transmutation, the deliberate shifting of one feeling state into another through magical intention. Unlike superficial emotional management, which might involve merely masking one feeling behind another, transmutation represents an authentic transformation at the energetic level, changing the actual emotional signature, rather than simply concealing it. In the intimate atmosphere of our nighttime discussion, imagine a skilled occlumency who feels fear arising during a confrontation with a dangerous opponent, rather than suppressing this natural response, or allowing it to dominate consciousness. They acknowledge the fear energy, and deliberately transmute it into focused alertness, maintaining the heightened awareness that fear provides, while redirecting its expression toward strategic clarity, rather than reactive panic. The emotion is neither denied nor controlled, but rather channeled and transformed. This transmutation capacity explains why some of the most effective members of the Order of the Phoenix were accomplished Occlumens. In situations where others might be paralyzed by terror or blind with rage, these individuals could work skillfully with these same energies, transmuting them into forms that enhanced rather than undermined their effectiveness. This represents not emotional detachment but emotional alchemy, the magical transformation of raw feeling into refined consciousness. The relationship between occlumency and emotional control also illuminates why the discipline cannot be fully mastered through theoretical study alone. While books may describe techniques and approaches, the actual practice requires direct experience with one's emotional landscape, exploration that can only happen through committed personal work. Each practitioner must discover their unique emotional patterns, triggers, and capacities, developing individualized approaches to working with their particular feeling nature. The distinctive approaches of different master occlumens reflect this personalized development. Albus Dumbledore's method emphasized compassionate awareness, maintaining access to his capacity for love and empathy, while still protecting critical information. Severus Snape's approach relied more heavily on compartmentalization, creating separate chambers for different aspects of his emotional life. Minerva McGonagall employed transformation, channeling emotional energy into focused intention and decisive action. Each developed techniques aligned with their natural temperament and magical strengths. Advanced practitioners often report that long-term occlumency training changes their fundamental relationship with emotions in daily life. Rather than experiencing feelings as overwhelming forces that happen to them, they develop a more collaborative relationship, viewing emotions as valuable information, sources of magical power, and aspects of experience to be worked with rather than controlled or surrendered to. This shift represents not detachment from emotional life, but more conscious engagement with its depths and complexities. Such practitioners often describe emotions as having texture, temperature, movement, and magical resonance, qualities imperceptible to those without training in mental arts. This refined perception allows them to work with emotional states at subtle levels, making micro-adjustments to their feeling landscape before emotions amplify into overwhelming intensity. Like a skilled sailor who reads the wind and adjusts the sails long before a storm becomes threatening, the advanced occlumens navigates emotional currents with anticipatory finesse. The discipline's emphasis on emotional awareness and regulation explains why occlumency training often proves therapeutic for those suffering from the after-effects of magical trauma. Following the Second Wizarding War, mental healers at St. Mungo's incorporated modified occlumency techniques into treatment protocols for survivors experiencing intrusive memories and overwhelming emotional flashbacks. These approaches helped patients develop greater agency in relation to traumatic recollections, reducing their automatic emotional power while preserving the memories themselves. This therapeutic application highlights an important distinction. Effective occlumency never involves denial or suppression of difficult emotions, but rather the development of a different relationship with them. The goal is not to stop feeling, but to feel with awareness, to experience emotions fully while maintaining enough witnessing consciousness to choose how to respond to them. This capacity serves not just mental defense, but psychological well-being more broadly. The connection between occlumency and emotional control also explains why certain magical traditions incorporate the discipline into their core curriculum, rather than treating it as an advanced specialty. The Uigadu School of Magic in Uganda, for instance, introduces basic occlumency concepts to all students beginning in their first year, viewing the development of emotional awareness as fundamental to magical education rather than a specialized skill. This integrated approach recognizes that learning to work skillfully with one's emotional landscape benefits all branches of magical practice. As our exploration of this topic draws to a close, the forest around our secluded clearing growing darker as night deepens, consider how the relationship between occlumency and emotional control illuminates the discipline's broader significance. Far from being merely a defensive technique against external mind reading, occlumency offers a path to more conscious engagement with our internal landscape, a way of developing greater awareness of and agency in relationship to our feeling nature. In a magical world where emotions directly influence magical efficacy, such development represents not merely psychological growth, but expanded magical capacity. The Occlumency learns to work with rather than against their emotional nature, harnessing its power while protecting against its vulnerabilities. This balanced approach recognizes emotions not as weaknesses to be suppressed, but as essential aspects of magical consciousness to be understood, integrated, and skillfully directed. In the gentle silence that follows our discussion, as night creatures continue their hushed symphony around us, what emotions stir within your own consciousness? How might a more aware relationship with your feeling landscape influence, not just your mental privacy, but your magical practice more broadly? And what might change in your experience if you began to view emotions not as obstacles to overcome, but as energies to be worked with, sources of both vulnerability and power in the complex art of magical living? Chapter 8. Occlumency versus Legilimency. The eternal duel. In a chamber lit only by wand light, two practitioners stand facing one another, their gazes locked in silent intensity. Between them flows an invisible current of magical energy, as one mind attempts to penetrate the defenses of the other. This ancient dance between mental invasion and protection represents one of the most subtle confrontations in magical practice, the eternal duel between Legilimency and Occlumency, between the art of magical mind-reading and the discipline of mental defense. To understand Occlumency fully, we must also understand its counterpart and eternal opponent. Like shield and sword, like lock and key, these twin disciplines have evolved together throughout magical history, each advance in one spurring innovation in the other. They represent not merely opposing techniques but fundamentally different approaches to the boundaries between minds, one seeking to traverse these boundaries, the other to reinforce them. Legilimency, derived from the Latin legere, to read in men's mind, is the magical ability to extract thoughts, emotions, and memories from another person's mind. Unlike the simplified term mind reading often used in casual conversation, true legilimency involves not just passive reception of surface thoughts, but active navigation of another's consciousness, following pathways of association, uncovering hidden memories, and interpreting emotional signatures to construct meaning from the complex landscape of another's mental world. In the gentle stillness of our evening contemplation, imagine consciousness as a vast library where thoughts, memories, and emotions are stored in volumes, both prominently displayed and deeply hidden. The Legilimens enters this library and, with varying degrees of subtlety, searches for specific information. Some may browse only the most accessible shelves, while masters of the art can unlock secret chambers and decipher obscure texts that the mind's owner may scarcely remember possessing. The practice of legilimency requires several distinct magical capacities working in concert. First is the ability to extend one's magical awareness beyond the boundaries of one's own consciousness, a form of extrasensory perception directed specifically toward the mental activity of others. Second is the skill of navigating unfamiliar mental landscapes, recognizing patterns and following associations unique to another's thought processes. Third is the capacity to interpret what is perceived, translating the symbolic language of another's consciousness into meaningful information. Legilimency exists along a spectrum of intrusiveness. At its most basic and least invasive level, it may manifest as enhanced intuition about others' emotional states or surface thoughts, an ability some witches and wizards develop naturally without formal training. At intermediate levels, it allows for more deliberate extraction of specific memories or thoughts, though usually requiring eye contact and concentrated intent. In its most advanced form, it enables deep exploration of another's mind, potentially accessing deeply buried memories or thoughts the subject themselves may have forgotten. The experience of being subjected to legilimency varies widely depending on the skill of the practitioner, the strength of the subject's natural mental boundaries, and the specific technique employed. Untrained individuals might sense only a strange feeling of exposure or vulnerability, perhaps accompanied by unexpected recollections surfacing in their awareness, When performed by particularly powerful or unskilled practitioners lacking subtlety, the experience can become intensely uncomfortable, described by some as having their mind ripped open or memories forcefully extracted. In contrast, a master legilimens like Albus Dumbledore could navigate another's consciousness with such delicacy that the subject might remain unaware of the intrusion entirely. This subtlety represents the pinnacle of the art, the ability to explore another's thoughts without leaving ripples in their awareness, gathering information without triggering mental defenses or causing distress. The most infamous legilimens of recent history, Lord Voldemort, combined extraordinary natural talent with deliberate brutality in his approach. Unlike practitioners who value subtlety, Voldemort often used the pain of forceful mental intrusion as an interrogation technique, creating terror and disorientation that made maintaining mental defenses even more difficult for his victims. His unique ability to perform wandless, nonverbal legilimency, often without even maintaining direct eye contact, made him particularly dangerous, capable of extracting information in seemingly casual interactions before the subject realized they needed to guard their thoughts. In the warm glow of our evening's shared exploration, let us now turn our attention back to occlumency and consider how it functions specifically as a counter to legilimency. If we imagine legilimency as a probe seeking entry points into consciousness, then occlumency represents the systematic sealing of these entrances and the creation of false passages that lead away from vital information. The first level of occlumency defense involves the strengthening of natural mental boundaries. All minds possess some degree of inherent protection, the natural separation between individual consciousnesses that maintains psychological distinctness. The beginning occlumens learns to reinforce these natural boundaries, making them less permeable to external influence. This foundation work often involves visualization techniques, imagining a wall surrounding one's thoughts, a fog obscuring one's mental landscape, or a barrier of light protecting one's consciousness. The second level introduces active resistance against specific intrusion attempts. When a legilimens attempts to access particular thoughts or memories, the trained occlumens can detect this targeting and selectively strengthen protection around the threatened areas of consciousness. This responsive defense requires split-second awareness of one's own mental activity and the ability to quickly divert attention away from thoughts being sought, much as one might quickly close a book when someone attempts to read over one's shoulder. The third and most sophisticated level of occlumency involves misdirection and false information, rather than simply blocking access to protected thoughts, which might itself reveal that something important is being hidden. The advanced practitioner creates convincing alternative mental content. This might include modified memories that contain elements of truth, but crucial alterations, emotional responses that appear genuine but are deliberately cultivated, or thought patterns that seem to reveal vulnerability, while actually revealing nothing of significance. The eternal duel between these disciplines manifests in specific ways during direct confrontation. When a legilimens attempts to breach the defenses of a prepared occlumens, several layers of interaction may occur simultaneously, each responding to the other's movements in a complex magical counterpoint. The initial contact often resembles a delicate pressure against the outer boundaries of consciousness, the legilimens seeking points of entry, while the occlumens maintains vigilant awareness of these boundaries. If the legilimens identifies a potential vulnerability, perhaps an emotionally charged memory close to the surface of awareness, the occlumens must immediately respond, either by strengthening defenses around this area, or by presenting alternative mental content to draw attention elsewhere. As the engagement deepens, it often becomes a contest of stamina and focus. Maintaining strong occlumency barriers requires continuous concentration, particularly against a persistent legilimens who may probe different areas of consciousness in rapid succession, seeking momentary lapses in vigilance. Conversely, navigating the defenses of a skilled occlumens demands extraordinary mental precision from the legilimens, who must distinguish between genuine thoughts and deliberately constructed decoys while maintaining their own extended awareness. In the deepening twilight of our chamber, imagine watching such a duel between masters of these arts. Outwardly, you might see only two people standing in silent eye contact, perhaps a subtle tension in their postures or an unusual stillness in their expressions. Yet magically, you would be witnessing an extraordinary ballet of mental maneuver and counter-maneuver, consciousness sliding against consciousness, defenses rising and adapting as exploratory awareness probes for weakness, false thoughts blossoming like decoy flowers to distract from protected secrets. The history of magical conflict contains many accounts of pivotal moments where this invisible duel determined outcomes far beyond the immediate encounter. During the First Wizarding War, Occlumens within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement managed to present false information when captured and subjected to Legilumency by Death Eaters, leading Voldemort's forces into a carefully planned ambush. In the Second War, the Order of the Phoenix relied heavily on Severus Snape's exceptional occlumency skills to transmit misleading intelligence to Voldemort, creating strategic confusion that ultimately contributed to the Dark Lord's downfall. Beyond these dramatic confrontations, the relationship between occlumency and legilumency contains philosophical dimensions worth considering. The two disciplines embody fundamentally different perspectives on mental boundaries and the ethics of consciousness. Legilumency, in its essence, asserts the permeability of mental barriers, the perspective that skilled magic can traverse the separation between minds. Occlumency, conversely, affirms the sanctity of individual consciousness, the right and ability to maintain psychological autonomy, even against magical intrusion. This philosophical tension has shaped magical legislation throughout history. Most wizarding societies have established restrictions on the practice of legilumency, recognizing that unconstrained mental intrusion threatens the foundations of personal freedom and social trust. The British Ministry of Magic, for instance, strictly regulates the use of legilumency in criminal investigations, requiring multiple authorizations and the presence of independent observers to prevent abuse. Similarly, educational approaches to these disciplines reflect their ethical implications. While defense against mental intrusion, basic occlumency has traditionally been included in standard magical education, offensive legilumency techniques are typically restricted to specialized training programs for aurors, unspeakables and others with legitimate need for such skills. This asymmetry acknowledges that while everyone deserves protection for their mental privacy, the ability to breach others' mental defenses carries greater potential for misuse. Yet, despite these restrictions, the two disciplines continue their evolutionary dance through legitimate channels. Magical researchers specializing in mental arts regularly develop new techniques for both invasion and protection, publishing their findings in journals like Consciousness and Enchantment and the Mental Mage Quarterly. This ongoing academic exploration ensures that neither discipline becomes stagnant, with innovations in one promptly answered by adaptations in the other. In recent decades, this research has increasingly focused on the neurological basis of both practices. Studies conducted at St. Mungo's Mind Healing Department have revealed that regular occlumency practice produces measurable changes in magical brain activity, strengthening neural pathways associated with attention control and emotional regulation. Similarly, experienced legilumens show enhanced development in areas of the magical cortex linked to empathy and interpersonal awareness, suggesting that even this potentially invasive art cultivates a form of interpersonal connection. These findings have led to therapeutic applications for both disciplines. Modified occlumency techniques now feature in treatment protocols for magical trauma, helping patients establish healthier relationships with difficult memories. Conversely, highly regulated therapeutic legilumency allows mind healers to work directly with patients unable to articulate their experiences verbally, particularly in cases involving memory charms or magical accidents affecting cognitive function. The eternal duel between these disciplines has also fostered interesting hybrid approaches that transcend the simple opposition of invasion versus defense. Collaborative legilumency, for instance, involves a consciously permeable form of occlumency that allows selected thoughts to be shared while maintaining protection around others. This technique enables certain forms of magical cooperation requiring mental synchronization, such as coordinated spellcasting in Aurora teams, or the delicate work of shared memory extraction for pensieve analysis. Similarly, diagnostic occlumency involves the careful lowering of specific mental barriers under controlled conditions, allowing a healer to assess psychological health without gaining access to private thoughts or memories. This approach has proven particularly valuable in treating conditions involving involuntary magical effects on consciousness, such as obsessive spell damage or the after effects of long-term imperious exposure. As the shadows lengthen in our chamber of contemplation, it's worth considering how these twin disciplines might continue to evolve in the future of magical practice. Some theoretical magicians suggest possibilities for entirely new approaches to mental boundaries. Neither the reinforcement of occlumency nor the traversing of legilimency, but perhaps forms of consensual consciousness sharing that maintain individual autonomy while enabling deeper magical collaboration than currently possible. The Department of Mysteries is rumored to be researching techniques for creating temporary shared mental spaces, magical constructs existing between minds rather than within them, where thoughts and memories can be exchanged with mutual consent in forms more direct than language allows, but more controlled than traditional legilimency permits. Such innovations would represent not an extension of the ancient duel but its potential transcendence, moving beyond the paradigm of invasion and defense toward new possibilities for magical consciousness. For those of us not engaged in such advanced research, the practical reality remains the balanced development of both mental defense and respectful awareness of others. Many modern magical educators advocate for an integrated approach, learning basic occlumency, not in opposition to all mental connection, but as a foundation for healthier magical relationships, where boundaries exist, not as impenetrable barriers, but as clearly defined thresholds that others may cross only with explicit permission and respect. In your own magical practice, you might consider how these complementary disciplines could enhance your relationship with both your inner landscape and the minds around you. The awareness developed through occlumency training, the ability to observe your own thoughts with clarity and discernment, serves far beyond the specific context of defending against intrusion. Similarly, the empathic sensitivity cultivated by ethical approaches to legilimency can deepen your understanding of others even without actual mind reading. As our exploration of this eternal magical duel draws to a close, the nearly extinguished wand light casting final shadows across ancient stones, consider how the tensions between mental boundaries and connections manifest in your own experience. What thoughts do you instinctively protect, and what would it mean to share them more intentionally? How might greater awareness of both your mental barriers and your connections to others transform your experience of magical consciousness? And what wisdom might lie in finding your own balance between the protective art of occlumency and the connective insights of its eternal counterpart? Chapter 9. Training Methods and Practices for Developing Occlumency Skills. Dewdrops glisten on ancient stone as dawn breaks over a remote monastery perched high in the Scottish Highlands. Within its weathered walls, a small group of witches and wizards gather in a circular chamber, their faces serene in the gentle morning light. They have come to this secluded place for a purpose that few in the wizarding world pursue with such dedication: the systematic development of occlumency through traditional training methods that have been refined over centuries. As we join them in this tranquil moment, we begin our exploration of the practical pathways through which ordinary magical minds can develop extraordinary mental protection. The journey toward occlumency mastery typically begins not with defensive techniques themselves, but with foundational practices that develop the prerequisite mental qualities. Just as wand work requires proper grip and posture before spells can be effectively cast, occlumency demands certain cognitive capacities before specific defensive methods can be successfully employed. These foundations are often overlooked in hasty instruction, yet they represent the difference between frustrated failure and progressive development. The first foundational practice is attentional stability, the ability to direct and maintain focus without distraction. In the soft morning light of our Highland retreat, Observe the beginning students as they engage in a simple but profound exercise, maintaining unbroken awareness of their breath for increasingly extended periods. When attention inevitably wanders, they gently return focus to the sensation of breathing without self-criticism or frustration. This seemingly mundane practice gradually strengthens the mental muscle of concentration essential for maintaining occlumency barriers under pressure. Traditional training recommends beginning with periods as short as 3 minutes, extending gradually to 15 or 20 as capacity develops. The qualitative shift occurs when the practitioner can maintain this focused awareness even as minor distractions occur around them, a crucial skill when occlumency must be maintained during ordinary activities or conversation. Advanced students sometimes practice in deliberately distracting environments, near a lively gobstones match, or in the owlery at feeding time, training themselves to maintain inner quiet amidst outer chaos. The second foundational practice cultivates mental observation, the capacity to witness one's own thoughts without becoming entangled in them. In the monastery's meditation hall, intermediate students engage in a traditional exercise called thought naming, in which they silently label each thought as it arises: planning, remembering, worrying, imagining. This labeling creates subtle distance between awareness and mental content, developing the observer perspective essential for detecting and responding to legilimency attempts. This practice reveals how thoughts naturally arise and pass without requiring engagement, a profound realization for many who have never examined their cognitive processes closely. Students often report surprise at discovering how much mental activity occurs automatically, without conscious intention. This recognition of thought patterns becomes invaluable when distinguishing between one's natural mental movements and the subtle redirections caused by external mental influence. The third foundation develops emotional awareness, the ability to recognize and work skillfully with feeling states. Students learn to identify emotions not just through their mental content, but through their physical signatures in the body: the tightness in the chest that accompanies anxiety, the warmth that signals anger, the expansiveness of joy. This embodied emotional recognition allows practitioners to detect and manage emotional reactions before they disrupt occlumency barriers. In the gentle quiet of our morning observation, notice how students are taught to approach emotions with curiosity rather than judgment or resistance. Even difficult feelings become objects of investigation rather than obstacles to overcome. This non-reactive relationship with emotions proves crucial when facing a legilimens, as emotional turbulence creates vulnerabilities in mental defenses. The practitioner who can acknowledge fear without being overwhelmed by it maintains protection that would crumble for one who attempts to deny or suppress their apprehension. Only after these foundations are established do traditional training methods introduce specific occlumency techniques. This progressive approach recognizes that attempting advanced mental defenses without preparatory work typically leads to frustration and failure, as evident in Harry Potter's struggles when thrust directly into practical exercises without adequate preparation. The first specific technique typically taught is basic mental clearing, the temporary quieting of discursive thought to create a neutral state less susceptible to legilimency. In the peaceful chamber of our Highland monastery, watch as students practice creating brief periods of mental quiet, like small clearings in a forest of thoughts. Unlike meditation for spiritual purposes, occlumency clearing maintains vigilant awareness rather than seeking transcendent states. The mind becomes still but remains alert, ready to detect and respond to intrusion. Beginners often find this clearing difficult to maintain for more than a few seconds, but with consistent practice, the periods gradually extend. Instructors emphasize that the goal is not to eliminate thoughts entirely, an impossible and counterproductive aim, but rather to create space between them, reducing the tight associations that legilimens follow from one thought to another. A mind with spacious gaps between thoughts presents fewer pathways for mental navigation than one crowded with overlapping and connected mental content. The second technique develops visualization skills, the ability to create and maintain detailed mental images that can function as occlumency structures. Students typically begin with simple visualizations: a blank wall, a closed door, an empty room. With practice, these images become more elaborate and personalized: a specific location with detailed sensory qualities, or symbolic representations of mental protection meaningful to the individual. In the strengthening light of morning, observe advanced students engaged in visualization exercises, their expressions reflecting deep concentration as they construct intricate mental architectures. One might be envisioning a labyrinth whose pathways shift and reconfigure, leading intruders away from protected memories. Another imagines a library where certain books remain invisible to anyone but themselves. A third creates a mental version of their childhood home, with secret compartments known only to them. Effective visualizations draw on locations or objects that hold emotional significance for the practitioner, making them easier to maintain under pressure. A Quidditch player might visualize their mind as a familiar pitch, with important thoughts secured in a golden snitch that darts unpredictably beyond an intruder's reach. A potioneer might imagine their consciousness as a complex brewing process, with crucial secrets hidden within ingredients indistinguishable to anyone without their specific knowledge. The third technique introduces active resistance, the ability to counter specific legilimency attempts once detected. This training typically occurs in pairs, with students alternating roles between defender and controlled, ethical legilimens under instructor's supervision. Beginning with declared intentions: I will attempt to find your memory of breakfast. These exercises gradually progress to unannounced targets, developing the defender's ability to detect and respond to various forms of mental probing. The monastery's training emphasizes ethical practice throughout this stage. Legilimency attempts remain gentle and limited in scope, with clear boundaries established before each session. Students learn that effective training requires mutual trust and respect, creating conditions where defensive skills can develop without the trauma that might result from more aggressive approaches. This ethical foundation explains why traditional occlumency education occurs within established mentor-apprentice relationships, rather than casual instruction. The fourth technique develops emotional regulation methods specific to occlumency contexts. Building on the foundational awareness practices, students learn to modulate emotional intensity when necessary without suppressing natural feeling. Traditional exercises include emotional titration, deliberately bringing a mild emotion into awareness, such as minor irritation, and practicing mental techniques to reduce its intensity without denying its presence. As morning sun fills the ancient chamber with golden light, watch students engage in partner exercises, where one attempts to provoke emotional reactions while the other maintains mental equilibrium. These controlled challenges prepare practitioners for real situations where emotions might be deliberately triggered by a legilimen seeking to create openings in mental defenses. The goal is not emotional invulnerability, but resilience, the ability to experience feelings without having them compromise mental discipline. The fifth technique introduces misdirection strategies, methods for presenting alternative mental content rather than simply blocking access. Students learn to create convincing surface thoughts that satisfy casual mental probing. This skill begins with simple exercises, such as holding an arbitrary object in view while focusing mental attention on something entirely different, training the division between external presentation and internal focus. Advanced practitioners develop sophisticated misdirection capacities, including mental decoys, convincing false memories or thoughts constructed to appear genuine, even under close examination. Creating these decoys requires considerable magical and psychological skill, as they must contain appropriate emotional signatures and contextual details to seem authentic. The most accomplished occlumens can spontaneously generate these alternative mental narratives in response to specific probing, a capacity that proved crucial for those serving as double agents during the Wizarding Wars. Traditional training methods recognize that occlumency development follows a non-linear path, with progress occurring in irregular increments rather than steady advancement. Students often experience plateaus where improvement seems stalled, followed by sudden breakthroughs when techniques that previously required conscious effort become more automated. Instructors emphasize patience during these plateaus, encouraging continued practice while assuring students that integration occurs even when visible progress appears absent. The tempo of training also receives careful attention in traditional approaches. Rather than concentrated instruction over short periods, historical occlumency education typically extended over years, with techniques introduced gradually and mastered thoroughly before advancement. This measured pace allows for genuine integration of skills, rather than temporary performance that collapses under real-world pressure. The rushed nature of Harry Potter's instruction represents a significant deviation from these traditional methods, imposed by wartime necessity, but predictably yielding limited results. Beyond specific techniques, traditional training addresses the psychological challenges inherent in occlumency practice. Many students encounter difficulty, not with the methods themselves but with the experience of vulnerability inherent in the learning process. Having one's mind partially accessed during training, even in controlled circumstances, can prove deeply uncomfortable for those unaccustomed to such intimate exposure. Skilled instructors recognize and address these concerns, creating safe environments where gradual desensitization can occur without psychological harm. In the clear light of advancing morning, note how the monastery's teachers move among their students with attentive care, offering guidance calibrated to each individual's progress and challenges. One student receives encouragement to trust their natural mental reflexes rather than overthinking defensive responses. Another is guided toward greater precision in their visualizations, adding sensory details that will make the images more resilient under pressure. A third learns techniques for recovering quickly when defenses are breached, minimizing the information accessible during momentary vulnerabilities. Traditional approaches also incorporate recovery practices, methods for restoring mental equilibrium following occlumency failures or particularly challenging sessions. These might include specific magical techniques for mental soothing, physical practices that ground awareness in bodily sensation, or social supports, such as debriefing conversations with trusted colleagues. This attention to recovery prevents the accumulation of subtle psychological strain that might otherwise build through repeated experiences of mental vulnerability. For those without access to traditional training establishments like our Highland Monastery, alternative pathways to occlumency development have emerged throughout magical history. Self-directed study, while challenging, remains possible through careful application of principles documented in advanced magical texts. Works such as Wilhelmina Grubley-Plank's Mind Gardens, A Practical Approach to Mental Defense, and Hamish McFarlane's The Inner Fortress, Self-Instruction in Occlumency, provide structured guidance for motivated practitioners working without direct instruction. Self-directed students typically begin with the same foundational practices as traditional education: attentional stability, mental observation, and emotional awareness. Without an instructor to provide feedback, they must develop careful self-assessment skills, often keeping detailed journals of their practice and progress. Some create objective measures of advancement, perhaps timing how long they can maintain a specific visualization, or noting changes in their emotional reactivity to challenging situations. The greatest challenge for self-directed practitioners comes in the middle stages of development, when resistance against actual legilimency would traditionally be practiced with partners. Various substitutes have emerged throughout magical history, from enchanted objects that produce minor mental pressure, similar to beginning legilimency, to specialized pensieves that provide feedback on the coherence and stability of one's mental visualizations. While imperfect, these alternatives can bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical application. The final phase of traditional occlumency training, regardless of educational context, focuses on integration, the process by which consciously applied techniques become automatic responses requiring minimal deliberate attention. This phase typically involves gradually introducing occlumency practice into everyday activities, maintaining basic mental defenses while engaged in conversation, executing complex spells, or navigating emotionally charged situations. As our morning in the Highland Monastery draws toward midday, Observe how the most advanced students move through their daily activities, with occlumency barriers maintained as an almost unconscious background process. Their mental defenses have become as natural as physical balance, a capacity that operates without constant attention, yet remains responsive to unusual challenges. This integration represents the ultimate goal of all occlumency training, protection that does not require the sacrifice of normal functioning or constant vigilance. For those interested in developing their own occlumency practice, certain principles distilled from traditional methods offer valuable guidance. First, respect the progressive nature of the discipline. Begin with foundational practices rather than attempting advanced techniques prematurely. Second, maintain realistic expectations about development timelines, recognizing that genuine skill emerges gradually through consistent practice rather than dramatic breakthroughs. Third, adapt methods to your personal cognitive style rather than forcing approaches that conflict with your natural mental patterns. The monastery's ancient traditions suggest beginning with just 5 minutes of attentional practice daily, focusing on a simple object or the natural flow of breath. This brief but consistent exercise establishes the foundation for later development more effectively than occasional longer sessions. As concentration stabilizes, introduce basic observation of thought patterns for another 5 minutes, simply noting the kinds of thoughts that naturally arise without attempting to control them. These modest beginnings, maintained regularly, gradually develop the mental qualities necessary for more specific occlumency techniques. As our time in the Highland retreat concludes, the practitioners gathering their materials as midday approaches, consider what aspect of occlumency training might best serve your own relationship with magical consciousness. Would developing greater attentional stability enhance your general magical practice? Might the capacity to observe your thoughts without attachment offer freedom from habitual mental patterns? Or perhaps emotional awareness would provide insights into how your feelings influence your magical efficacy in various situations. Even without the specific need to defend against legilimency, the mental qualities developed through occlumency training serve countless aspects of magical practice and everyday life. The capacity to direct and sustain attention, to observe mental patterns with clarity, to work skillfully with emotions, and to recover quickly from distraction or disruption. These abilities enhance everything from complex spellcasting to social interactions to personal well-being. In the gentle stillness between thoughts that follows our morning's observation, what first step might you take toward developing your own mental discipline? Which foundational practice resonates most strongly with your current needs and interests? And how might you establish conditions in your daily life that support consistent development of these subtle but powerful aspects of magical consciousness? Chapter 10. The Ethics of Mind Protection. Evening shadows lengthen across the grounds of a stately manor house, where within a wood-paneled study, members of the Wizengamot's Ethics Committee have gathered for a rare closed symposium. Their topic, seldom discussed in public forums yet crucial to magical governance, concerns the moral dimensions of occlumency and related mental arts. As we observe their thoughtful deliberations by firelight, we enter the complex territory where magical capability intersects with questions of privacy, truth, deception, and the boundaries of individual consciousness. The ethics of occlumency extend far beyond simple questions of legality. While most wizarding societies have established clear regulations regarding unauthorized use of legilimency, the practice of mental defense exists in a more ambiguous moral landscape. The right to protect one's thoughts seems fundamentally reasonable, yet the implications of perfect mental privacy create legitimate concerns for magical communities attempting to balance individual rights with collective security and social trust. In the warm glow of the committee's chamber, imagine the assembled experts considering a fundamental question: does every witch and wizard have an absolute right to mental privacy? The traditional perspective, articulated by the silver-haired witch seated nearest the fire, holds that the contents of one's mind represent the last inviolable domain of personal sovereignty. If we cannot claim ownership of our very thoughts, she argues, what meaningful freedom remains to us? This perspective finds support in most wizarding constitutions and magical rights declarations. The International Confederation of Wizards Charter of Magical Personhood explicitly recognizes the inherent right of all magical beings to maintain the integrity of their own consciousness against unwanted external influence or observation. This principle underlies the legal protections against unauthorized legilimency established in most magical jurisdictions, as well as restrictions on the use of veritaserum and similar truth-compelling potions without consent or specific legal authorization. Yet, across the table, a pragmatic former aura raises the counterpoint that absolute mental privacy creates spaces beyond the reach of legitimate authority, potentially sheltering those who would harm others. When a dark wizard plans an attack, he notes, their victim's right to physical safety may justifiably outweigh the planner's right to mental privacy. This tension between competing values, privacy versus security, has shaped magical law enforcement practices throughout history, with different societies striking different balances depending on their cultural values and historical experiences. The ethical complexity deepens when we consider occlumency not merely as a shield against intrusion, but as a tool that enables deception. Unlike simple silence or refusal to answer questions, advanced occlumency allows practitioners to present false thoughts and emotions with convincing authenticity. This capacity raises questions about the moral difference, if any, between explicitly stating an untruth and deliberately projecting deceptive thoughts likely to be accessed by a legilimens. Thoughtful silence of the committee's deliberations. Consider the case study they now examine. A diplomatic envoy trained in occlumency who presents false thoughts regarding their government's intentions during negotiations with a foreign magical ministry known to employ legilimens. Has this diplomat lied in a meaningful sense? Does the other ministry's unauthorized mental probing justify retaliatory deception? Or does the entire interaction represent a mutual ethical failure, the violation of mental privacy met with deliberate misrepresentation? Magical philosophical traditions offer varying perspectives on these questions. The continental approach, influenced by the writings of the 17th century French wizarding philosopher Désiré Archambault, emphasizes the defensive nature of occlumency. According to this view, deceptive thoughts presented to an unauthorized legilimens constitute justified protection, rather than offensive deception. The moral responsibility lies with the one attempting mental intrusion, not with the mind defending itself through whatever means necessary. The Anglo-Saxon tradition, by contrast, draws distinctions based on intention and proportionality. Occluding thoughts to prevent access is considered universally acceptable, while presenting specific false information is judged according to the purpose and context. Defensive misinformation proportionate to the threat posed by mental intrusion may be justified, while elaborate deceptions designed to manipulate or harm the legilimens beyond what is necessary for self-protection enter morally questionable territory. Eastern magical traditions often frame the question differently, focusing less on absolute principles and more on the quality of consciousness behind the practice. The 15th century Japanese magical text, Reflections on the Hidden Mind, suggests that occlumency practiced with compassionate intent, even when involving misdirection, carries different ethical implications than techniques employed with hatred or desire to harm. This perspective emphasizes the practitioner's responsibility to maintain virtuous mental states, even while engaging in the necessary deceptions of mental self-defense. The ethical dimensions extend further when we consider occlumency within close personal relationships. In the deepening evening of our committee's discussion, a younger member raises the delicate question of whether mental privacy has different implications within families, partnerships, or close friendships. Is there an implicit expectation of greater mental transparency with those we love? Does maintaining strong occlumency barriers against those closest to us constitute a form of emotional withholding or betrayal of trust? No consensus exists on these intimate questions, but magical counselors and relationship experts generally emphasize the importance of explicit communication about expectations. Some magical couples choose to develop limited forms of consensual mental connection, agreeing on boundaries regarding which aspects of consciousness remain private while sharing others more openly. Others maintain stronger separation between minds but compensate through deep verbal intimacy and vulnerability. The most complicated ethical territory surrounds cases where occlumency serves to conceal information that others may have legitimate interest in knowing. Consider the committee's next hypothetical. A ministry employee uses occlumency to hide awareness of corruption within their department, preventing discovery during standard legilimency screenings required for certain security classifications. The mental concealment itself violates no law, yet it facilitates the continuation of illegal activity. Where does ethical responsibility lie? This example highlights the distinction between the right to mental privacy and potential obligations to disclose certain information in specific contexts. Similar questions arise in magical healing contexts, where patients might use occlumency to conceal relevant medical history from mind healers, or in educational settings where students might hide evidence of academic dishonesty from professors during assessment. In response to these complexities, many magical institutions have developed explicit policies regarding mental privacy and disclosure requirements. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, for instance, requests that patients temporarily lower specific occlumency barriers during certain diagnostic procedures, while respecting their right to maintain protection around unrelated personal memories. Similarly, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement informs employees upon hiring that certain positions require periodic consensual legilimency reviews as a condition of employment, allowing individuals to make informed choices about accepting such positions. The ethical landscape becomes particularly challenging when considering children and occlumency. In the soft lamplight of our evening symposium, the committee turns to questions of age-appropriate mental autonomy. At what age should young witches and wizards be recognized as having full rights to mental privacy? Is it appropriate for parents to employ mild legilimency on very young children, unable to articulate their needs or experiences clearly? Should Hogwarts and other magical schools include basic mental defense techniques in their curriculum to ensure all students have access to this protection? Current practices vary widely across cultures and individual families. Some magical parents teach rudimentary mental protection techniques to their children from a young age, viewing it as a fundamental self-care skill similar to physical hygiene or basic defensive magic. Others worry that premature development of strong mental barriers might interfere with healthy emotional expression or create unnecessary paranoia about mental intrusion, which remains rare in ordinary magical interactions. The Hogwarts debate has continued for centuries, with the school generally maintaining that formal occlumency instruction belongs in specialized advanced education rather than the core curriculum. However, professors occasionally provide informal guidance to students demonstrating particular sensitivity to mental influence or facing unusual circumstances that might necessitate greater mental protection. Beyond these specific scenarios lies a broader philosophical question about the relationship between mental privacy and authentic community. Does the capacity for perfect mental concealment ultimately undermine the trust necessary for meaningful social bonds? Or does respect for mental boundaries actually create the conditions for more genuine vulnerability and connection, by ensuring that all sharing of consciousness occurs through consent rather than intrusion? The wizarding philosophical tradition known as communal transparentism, popular briefly in the late 19th century, advocated for voluntary relinquishment of occlumency barriers among community members, arguing that perfect mutual mental knowledge would eliminate deception and foster unprecedented harmony. The movement established several experimental magical communities operating on this principle, none lasting more than a few years before dissolving, amid conflicts over the practical implementation of their ideals. At the opposite extreme, the magical individualist movement of the 1920s advocated for universal occlumency training as a fundamental right, arguing that perfect mental autonomy represented the ultimate expression of magical freedom. Their position similarly failed to gain widespread acceptance, as most wizarding societies recognized the impracticality and potential dangers of a world where every mind became an impenetrable fortress. Between these extremes, most magical communities have evolved nuanced ethical frameworks that recognize both the importance of mental privacy and the necessity of certain limitations on absolute occlumency rights. The consensus that has emerged in modern magical societies generally includes several key principles: the presumptive right to basic mental privacy for all competent adult witches and wizards, the legitimate use of legilimency in specific contexts with appropriate oversight and consent, the importance of transparency regarding mental privacy expectations in institutional settings, and the recognition that ethical mental interaction depends as much on individual integrity as on formal regulations. Perhaps the most thought-provoking ethical dimension of occlumency emerges when we consider its relationship to self-knowledge and authenticity. In the deepening night beyond the committee's windows, as stars become visible in the darkening sky, the conversation turns to how the discipline of mental compartmentalization might affect the practitioner's relationship with their own consciousness. Does the advanced occlumens, capable of organizing thoughts into discrete chambers and presenting different aspects of themselves to different observers, risk losing integration of their own identity? Might the very skills that protect the mind from external intrusion create internal divisions that obscure self-knowledge? These questions have occupied magical psychologists and philosophers for generations, with no definitive conclusions but rich ongoing dialogue about the relationship between mental defense and psychological wholeness. The case of Severus Snape offers a compelling study in these tensions. His extraordinary occlumency abilities enabled his crucial role as a double agent, yet the compartmentalization necessary for this work exacted a psychological toll evident in his complex, often contradictory behaviors and relationships. The mental walls he maintained against others eventually became, in some respects, barriers within his own consciousness, raising profound questions about whether perfect mental defense always comes at a cost to internal harmony. Yet others who have mastered the discipline report different experiences, suggesting that the ethical implications depend largely on how occlumency is practiced. The renowned magical psychologist Josephine Clearwater has documented cases where disciplined occlumency practice actually enhanced psychological integration by increasing consciousness of mental patterns and emotional responses that might otherwise operate unconsciously. Her research suggests that mental defense techniques, when approached with awareness and balance, can foster greater self-knowledge rather than undermining it. As our evening with the Ethics Committee draws to a close, the members adjourn without firm conclusions, appropriately for a domain where moral complexity resists simplistic recommendations. Their ongoing dialogue reflects the living nature of magical ethics, continually evolving as our understanding of consciousness and its boundaries deepens through both scholarly research and lived experience. What remains constant across these shifting perspectives is the recognition that mental autonomy carries both rights and responsibilities. The occlumens exercises the right to protect their consciousness from unwanted intrusion, while bearing responsibility for how they use that protected space, whether for reflection and growth, for necessary concealment in service of worthy goals, or for deception that undermines the trust upon which magical society depends. In the gentle silence that follows the committee's departure, as lamps are extinguished and the manor house settles into nighttime stillness, consider your own relationship with mental boundaries and the ethical implications of consciousness as private territory. What thoughts would you most wish to protect if faced with potential mental intrusion? What principles would guide your use of such protection? And how might the capacity for mental defense influence your understanding of integrity, authenticity, and trust in your relationships with others in the magical world? Chapter 11. Occlumency's role in the Second Wizarding War. The pale moonlight filters through the broken windows of an abandoned safe house, illuminating a small gathering of the Order of the Phoenix. Their voices are hushed, their faces drawn with exhaustion and concern as they share what information they dare, carefully weighing each word against the possibility that their minds might later be invaded by skilled dark wizards. In this moment of quiet tension, we glimpse one of the countless scenes where Occlumency played a crucial yet largely unrecorded role in the struggle against Lord Voldemort, a hidden battlefield where victories and defeats occurred within the silent territory of individual consciousness. The Second Wizarding War differed from conventional magical conflicts in many respects, but perhaps most significantly in its psychological dimension. While previous magical wars had been fought primarily through direct confrontation, Voldemort's strategy relied heavily on infiltration, coercion, and the exploitation of mental vulnerabilities. In this shadow war, the ability to protect one's thoughts became as vital as the ability to defend against curses, and sometimes considerably more important. From the moment of Voldemort's return at the end of the Triwizard Tournament, Occlumency assumed a strategic significance unprecedented in modern magical conflict. The initial period of the Dark Lord's resurrection was characterized by secrecy and careful rebuilding of his forces, a phase that depended entirely on preventing the Ministry of Magic from confirming his return. This concealment required not just public denial, but the careful protection of knowledge within the minds of his followers. In the soft shadows of our evening contemplation, imagine the scenes unfolding in those early days. Death Eaters receiving instruction in enhanced occlumency techniques to shield their renewed allegiance from detection at the Ministry. Members of the hastily reassembled Order of the Phoenix working to guard knowledge of their headquarters and activities. And at the center of these mental preparations, two extraordinary occlumens engaged in perhaps the most consequential mental deception of the era. Severus Snape convincing Voldemort of his loyalty, while secretly maintaining his allegiance to Dumbledore. The initial phase of the conflict revealed how uneven preparation in mental defense would shape the war's progression. Those who had maintained occlumency skills from the First Wizarding War, particularly veterans of the original Order of the Phoenix, held a significant advantage over younger wizards who had grown up in peacetime with little exposure to mental defense training. This disparity created vulnerability within resistance groups, where a single unprotected mind could compromise entire operations if captured and subjected to legilimency. Recognizing this weakness, Albus Dumbledore instituted informal occlumency training for key members of the Resistance, particularly those most likely to carry sensitive information. These sessions, conducted in various safe locations including the basement kitchen of Grimmauld Place, provided basic mental defense techniques to individuals who would never have pursued such specialized magic in peacetime. The instruction emphasized practical methods for concealing specific information, rather than comprehensive occlumency mastery, mental compartmentalization, that could withstand at least brief legilimency exposure. Mundungus Fletcher's experience exemplifies both the importance and the limitations of this approach. Despite receiving basic occlumency instruction, his natural disinclination toward mental discipline left him vulnerable during a chance encounter with Death Eaters in Hogsmeade. While he managed to protect the location of the Order's headquarters through the Fidelius Charm's additional magical protection, other information about Order members' movements was compromised. This incident highlighted how individual differences in aptitude and temperament affected the reliability of occlumency as a strategic defense. As Voldemort's influence expanded beyond his immediate followers, the mental battleground widened accordingly. The Imperious Curse became a primary weapon, allowing Death Eaters to control key individuals within wizarding institutions. Against this insidious threat, even basic occlumency training provided some measure of resistance. Those with mental defense experience could often detect the foreign nature of implanted thoughts more quickly than untrained minds, sometimes managing to fight off the curse before carrying out harmful actions. In the quietude of our evening reflection, consider the experience of a ministry worker with modest occlumency training facing the subtle intrusion of the Imperious Curse. The mental discipline developed through occlumency practice, the familiar sensation of observing one's own thoughts rather than simply being carried along by them, creates a crucial moment of recognition when external compulsion begins. This slight hesitation, this brief awareness that this thought is not my own, might provide just enough resistance to seek help or warn others before complete control is established. The strategic value of occlumency became even more apparent following Voldemort's open seizure of power and the establishment of a puppet ministry under pious thickness. As magical society fell under systematic totalitarian control, mental privacy represented one of the few remaining domains beyond the regime's reach. Resistance members and sympathizers used occlumency not just in direct confrontations with Death Eaters, but during seemingly routine interactions with colleagues who might be reporting to the new regime. This period saw the development of innovative applications of occlumency beyond traditional individual mental defense. Members of Dumbledore's army and the remnants of the Order developed coordinated occlumency approaches for group operations, establishing predetermined safe thoughts to present if captured, creating layered deceptions where apparent mental vulnerabilities concealed deeper protections, and developing recognition signals that could be exchanged through controlled surface thoughts to identify allies without verbal communication. The Resistance radio program Potterwatch included coded references to these techniques, with segments ostensibly about household pest control actually providing refresher guidance on mental defense methods. Remember that Raxperts always go for the obvious thoughts first. Lee Jordan once advised listeners, using the humorous reference to Luna Lovegood's imaginary creatures as a reminder to protect obvious information with decoy thoughts, while securing truly sensitive knowledge more deeply. Perhaps the most extraordinary occlumency achievement of the war occurred not among trained adult wizards, but through the improvised mental resistance of teenagers. When Hogwarts fell under the control of Severus Snape and the Carrow siblings, students faced regular mental intrusion as punishment and interrogation technique. Without formal occlumency training, members of the reconstituted Dumbledore's army developed intuitive approaches to mental protection. Neville Longbottom instructing his peers to focus intensely on emotionally neutral memories, Quidditch statistics when facing the Carrow's crude but brutal legilimency attempts. In the gentle stillness of our evening contemplation, picture these young witches and wizards huddled in the room of requirement, sharing techniques discovered through painful trial and error. Think about breakfast, Neville might suggest. Every detail of your porridge, the exact pattern of the owl deliveries. Focus so completely on something meaningless that they can't push past to what matters. This democratization of mental defense, stripped of theoretical complexity, but grounded in practical necessity, represents one of the most remarkable adaptations of traditional magical disciplines during the war. While these efforts focused on defensive applications, occlumency also played a crucial offensive role in the conflict, particularly in espionage operations. The Order maintained several members with advanced occlumency skills in key positions throughout compromised institutions, their mental defenses allowing them to gather intelligence while presenting the appearance of cooperation with the regime. These individuals walked perhaps the most dangerous path of the war, their lives depending entirely on maintaining perfect mental compartmentalization around the clock. Kingsley Shacklebolt exemplified this perilous role, continuing to work within the infiltrated ministry while secretly passing information to the resistance. His exceptional occlumency abilities allowed him to maintain this precarious position, even while directly interacting with individuals under Voldemort's control. According to later accounts, Shacklebolt developed a sophisticated mental architecture resembling the ministry building itself, with certain floors and offices restricted even within his own mind, a technique that allowed him to navigate daily interactions without constant fear of revealing his true allegiance. The most strategically significant application of occlumency during the war arguably centered around the hunt for Voldemort's Horcruxes. The absolute necessity of keeping this mission secret, not just its details but its very existence, required mental defenses of extraordinary sophistication. Dumbledore's decision to share complete information with only a select few reflected his assessment of who possessed the mental discipline to protect such dangerous knowledge. Even among those few entrusted with the complete truth, additional precautions reinforced mental defenses. The Fidelius charm protected physical locations, Magical objects provided warning of enemies' approach, and information was often compartmentalized, so that no single person aside from Harry Potter himself held all pieces of the puzzle. These layers of protection acknowledged that even the strongest Occlumens might have momentary vulnerabilities if subjected to extended torture or particularly skilled Occlumency. In the deepening shadows of our nighttime reflection, consider how this strategy played out in the final confrontation at Malfoy Manor, when Hermione Granger was subjected to brutal interrogation by Bellatrix Lestrange. While not trained as an Occlumens, Hermione had absorbed basic principles through her voracious reading and natural mental discipline. Despite excruciating torture, she maintained a fabricated story about the Sword of Gryffindor being a mere copy, a partial truth presented with enough conviction to create crucial doubt in her captor's mind. This moment demonstrates how even incomplete Occlumency techniques could prove decisive in key encounters. The war's final phase brought the mental battleground into sharp focus, as Voldemort realized Harry Potter was hunting his Horcruxes. The Dark Lord's frantic mental searching, reaching out through the connection he shared with Harry, represented a form of Legislamancy so powerful, it transcended normal limitations of distance and direct contact. Against this extraordinary mental assault, conventional Occlumency techniques proved insufficient, requiring Harry to develop alternative approaches to managing the connection. Interestingly, Harry's eventual strategy inverted traditional Occlumency by selectively opening rather than closing his mind, a counterintuitive approach that ultimately proved decisive. By carefully monitoring Voldemort's thoughts and emotions while concealing his own intentions, Harry gained crucial intelligence about the Elder Wand and the location of the final Horcrux. This selective mental openness, combined with strategic concealment, represents a sophisticated adaptation of mental magic principles beyond formal Occlumency training. The Battle of Hogwarts itself saw mental magic employed in various forms across the sprawling conflict. Occlumens among the defenders helped coordinate resistance against the overwhelming force of Death Eaters, their mental discipline allowing them to maintain tactical awareness amidst chaos and emotional turmoil. Those with training helped shield younger students during evacuation, presenting calm surface thoughts that helped prevent panic from spreading through mental contagion. In perhaps the most poignant application of Occlumency principles during the final battle, Severus Snape, mortally wounded in the Shrieking Shack, deliberately lowered the mental barriers he had maintained for decades. This final act of mental vulnerability allowed him to share crucial memories with Harry Potter, revealing the truth of his allegiance and providing the information necessary for Voldemort's ultimate defeat. The Master Occlumens died as he chose, his most protected thoughts finally shared in service to the cause he had secretly served all along. The aftermath of the war brought renewed attention to mental defense in magical education and security practices. The new ministry under Kingsley Shacklebolt's leadership instituted basic Occlumency awareness training for employees in sensitive positions, acknowledging that the mental vulnerabilities exploited during the conflict required systematic addressing rather than return to pre-war complacency. Hogwarts similarly expanded its curriculum to include introductory mental defense concepts and upper-level defense against the dark arts classes, ensuring future generations would not be as vulnerable as those who faced Voldemort's forces without such preparation. Beyond these institutional changes, the war transformed cultural attitudes toward mental privacy and protection. Where Occlumency had once been viewed as an obscure specialty, or even treated with suspicion as a tool for deception, post-war magical society increasingly recognized it as a fundamental aspect of magical self-defense. Books on basic mental protection techniques became bestsellers, and private tutoring in Occlumency basics grew popular among families who had experienced the war's mental invasions firsthand. As our exploration of Occlumency's wartime role draws to a close, the safe house fading into shadows, as our mental journey continues, consider how this hidden aspect of the conflict against Voldemort might change your understanding of courage and resistance. While history records the dramatic duels and overt heroism of those who fought with wands drawn, Countless crucial victories occurred silently within individual minds, moments when witches and wizards maintained their mental sovereignty against forces seeking to control or extract their thoughts. This unrecorded battlefield, where no spells flashed and no witnesses could observe the struggle, reminds us that resistance takes many forms. The witch who presented false thoughts while internally maintaining her commitment to the resistance. The wizard who recognized and fought the subtle influence of the imperious curse through mental discipline, developed in private practice. The student who protected friends by directing a legilimens toward meaningless memories. These quiet acts of mental courage proved as vital to Voldemort's ultimate defeat as any spectacular display of wand work. In the peaceful silence that follows conflict, what lessons might we draw from this dimension of the war? How might the mental disciplines developed under extreme circumstances serve magical society during more tranquil times? And what does it suggest about the nature of freedom itself, that even under the most oppressive magical regime, those with the discipline to protect their thoughts maintained a fundamental liberty that no external force could fully conquer? Chapter 12. The Legacy of Occlumency in Modern Wizarding Society. The golden light of a summer afternoon streams through the tall windows of a contemporary classroom at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Unlike the classrooms of previous generations, this space features comfortable cushions arranged in a circle, soothing colors on the walls, and enchanted ceiling panels that display gently shifting patterns, reminiscent of ocean waves. Here, seventh-year students gather for an elective seminar titled Mental Sovereignty, Occlumency, and Contemporary Magical Consciousness. As we join them in this peaceful setting, we begin our exploration of how this ancient discipline has evolved in the decades following the Second Wizarding War, finding new applications and significance in a transformed magical world. The aftermath of Voldemort's defeat brought unprecedented changes to wizarding society, with implications extending far beyond obvious political reforms. Among these transformations, perhaps none has been more subtle yet profound than the shifting relationship with mental magic. What was once an obscure specialty practiced by few has gradually emerged into mainstream magical education and culture, informed by hard-won lessons from the war and adapted to the needs of a society determined never again to be vulnerable to the mental manipulation that facilitated Voldemort's rise to power. In the tranquil atmosphere of our afternoon classroom, notice how today's instructor, a witch who was herself a child during the Battle of Hogwarts, begins not with practical techniques, but with historical context. Before we attempt even the simplest occlumency exercise, she explains to her attentive students, we must understand why this discipline matters beyond its obvious defensive applications. The ability to maintain sovereignty over your own thoughts represents not just personal protection, but a fundamental contribution to a free magical society. This framing reflects one of the most significant evolutions in how occlumency is now understood and taught. Where previous generations approached it primarily as a specialized defensive skill against legilimency, contemporary magical education presents mental discipline as an essential foundation for magical citizenship, a basic responsibility similar to learning proper wand safety or understanding the ethical implications of charm work. This shift emerged directly from wartime experiences, where the vulnerability of untrained minds created cascading consequences for the entire wizarding community. The Hogwarts curriculum now introduces simplified occlumency concepts beginning in the third year, as part of standard defense against the dark arts education. Rather than attempting to train 13-year-olds in advanced mental barriers, these introductory lessons focus on developing basic mental awareness, the ability to recognize one's own thought patterns and emotional responses, creating foundations that can support more specific techniques in later education for those who choose to pursue them. In the warm afternoon light of our seventh-year seminar, observe how these foundations manifest in the students' evident comfort with basic mental observation exercises. Without the anxiety or resistance that characterized Harry Potter's occlumency lessons decades earlier, these young witches and wizards settle easily into a 5-minute practice of simply noting their passing thoughts without attachment. a preliminary exercise that would once have been considered esoteric, but now forms part of standard magical education. Beyond Hogwarts, adult education programs throughout Britain offer occlumency courses tailored to various professions and needs. The Ministry of Magic provides basic mental defense training for employees in sensitive departments, while St. Mungo's Hospital offers specialized programs for healers working with patients who might unintentionally project distressing thoughts or memories during treatment. Even magical businesses increasingly include mental awareness techniques in staff development, recognizing that the ability to organize and focus one's thoughts enhances performance across all areas of magical practice. This proliferation of training opportunities reflects another significant evolution, the democratization of mental magic. Where occlumency was once primarily transmitted through exclusive master-apprentice relationships or family traditions, contemporary approaches emphasize that some degree of mental discipline is accessible to virtually all witches and wizards, regardless of innate talent. While natural aptitude still affects the level of mastery one might achieve, the prevailing philosophy now holds that everyone benefits from basic mental awareness training just as everyone benefits from learning fundamental charms, regardless of their ultimate magical specialization. In the gentle stillness of our classroom observation, consider how this democratized approach manifests in the instructor's teaching methodology. Rather than imposing a single technique on all students, she guides them through a process of discovering which visualization approaches naturally align with their individual cognitive styles. Some students work with architectural imagery, constructing mental rooms or barriers. Others develop more fluid visualizations involving mist, water, or light. Still others explore abstract patterns or musical representations of mental states. This personalized approach represents a significant departure from traditional instruction, which often prescribed standardized methods regardless of individual differences. The applications of occlumency in post-war wizarding society extend far beyond defensive protection against rare legilimency attacks. Perhaps the most widespread practical use now involves managing the increasing magical stimulation of contemporary life. As wizarding communication and entertainment have expanded through innovations like enhanced flu networks, sophisticated enchanted mirrors, and immersive magical environments, the ability to maintain mental boundaries has become increasingly valuable for basic well-being. Modern magical psychologists now recognize a condition they call boundary dissolution, a state of mental fatigue resulting from constant exposure to magical stimuli without adequate filtering systems. Basic occlumency techniques have proven remarkably effective in preventing and treating this increasingly common condition, allowing witches and wizards to create necessary mental space amid the vibrant but potentially overwhelming magical engagement that characterizes modern life. The meditative aspects of occlumency have similarly found wider application beyond their original defensive context. Many contemporary magical practitioners incorporate elements of mental discipline into their daily routines, not primarily for protection, but for the clarity and focus these practices develop. From professional Quidditch players using visualization techniques to enhance performance to potioneers employing attentional stability practices to maintain precision during complex brewing, the cognitive benefits of occlumency training now permeate diverse areas of magical activity. In the peaceful atmosphere of our afternoon seminar, watch as students discuss how they already apply these mental techniques in other areas of their magical education. A young witch describes how compartmentalization methods help her maintain separate awareness streams when working with volatile ingredients in advanced potions, while a wizard explains how visualization practices improved his nonverbal spellcasting by helping him maintain clearer magical intention during wand work. These practical applications demonstrate how thoroughly occlumency concepts have been integrated into contemporary magical education beyond their original narrow focus. Beyond individual applications, occlumency principles have influenced institutional practices throughout wizarding society. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has entirely revised its interrogation protocols based on wartime lessons about the ethical and practical limitations of legilimency. Rather than relying on invasive mental techniques, The Reformed Department employs a combination of carefully designed questioning methodologies and limited, consensual thought verification processes developed in collaboration with mental magic specialists. Similarly, St. Mungo's has established new standards for mental privacy in healing contexts, developing protocols that respect patients' right to mental boundaries while still allowing necessary diagnostic access. The hospital's mind healing department has pioneered collaborative approaches where patients learn selective occlumency techniques that allow them to maintain privacy around unrelated personal memories while opening specific mental areas relevant to their treatment. The integration of occlumency principles into magical education has also transformed approaches to teaching other subjects. Hogwarts professors now routinely incorporate attentional training and emotional regulation techniques into their instruction across all disciplines, recognizing that these mental skills enhance learning regardless of subject matter. From transfiguration to herbology, students are taught not just wand work in theory, but also the mental conditions that optimize magical performance in each area. In the dappled golden light of our afternoon observation, notice how naturally the seventh-year students transition between intellectual discussion and practical application, moving from theoretical understanding to experiential awareness without the sharp division that once characterized magical education. This integration reflects one of the most profound shifts in post-war magical pedagogy, the recognition that effective magic emerges from the harmonious engagement of mind, emotion, and technique, rather than from technique alone. The cultural significance of occlumency has evolved alongside its practical applications, where mental barriers were once sometimes viewed with suspicion, associated with secrecy or deception. Contemporary wizarding society increasingly recognizes mental sovereignty as a fundamental aspect of magical dignity. Privacy of consciousness has entered public discourse as a basic right rather than a specialized privilege, with magical ethicists, legislators, and ordinary citizens engaging in nuanced conversations about appropriate boundaries and necessary limitations. This cultural shift appears in everything from popular entertainment to legal frameworks. Wizarding novels increasingly feature protagonists who demonstrate thoughtful mental boundaries rather than complete transparency, while magical law has evolved to provide stronger protections against unauthorized mental influence of all kinds. Even casual social norms have adjusted, with greater awareness of respecting others' mental space now considered basic magical etiquette, alongside traditional concerns like proper wand handling and respectful use of magical transportation. Research into occlumency has flourished in this supportive cultural context. The Department of Mysteries maintains an expanded mind division focused on understanding the fundamental nature of magical consciousness and its protections. Their work has yielded significant advances in treating conditions involving involuntary mental projection or reception, helping individuals whose natural mental boundaries are unusually permeable to develop compensatory techniques that allow greater comfort and functionality. Academic institutions beyond Hogwarts have established dedicated programs studying the intersection of mental discipline and various magical practices. The Magical University of Edinburgh offers a master's degree in cognitive magical arts, integrating traditional occlumency techniques with contemporary understanding of magical neurology and psychology. Their graduates contribute to ongoing innovation in therapeutic applications, educational methods, and theoretical understanding of how consciousness interfaces with magical energy. In the international context, British developments in occlumency training have both influenced and been enriched by approaches from other magical traditions. The Japanese Ministry of Magic has shared refined visualization techniques that enhance mental discipline while requiring less effort to maintain, while magical researchers from West Africa have contributed valuable insights into community-based mental protection methods that allow groups to establish collective boundaries more robust than individual defenses alone. This cross-cultural exchange represents another significant evolution from pre-war approaches to occlumency, which tended to remain isolated within specific regional or family traditions. Contemporary magical society increasingly recognizes that mental magic, like all magical disciplines, benefits from diverse perspectives and methods. International conferences on magical consciousness now regularly bring together practitioners from traditions that once had little contact, creating unprecedented opportunities for innovation and synthesis. As the golden afternoon light begins to soften toward evening in our Hogwarts classroom, the seminar students engage in their final exercise, a group practice combining individual mental awareness with conscious attention to the shared magical field created by their circle. This contemporary application of occlumency principles extends the discipline beyond its traditionally individualistic focus, exploring how mental boundaries can be both maintained and selectively harmonized for enhanced magical collaboration. This evolution toward balanced individuation and connection perhaps best represents the legacy of occlumency in modern wizarding society, where the discipline once emphasized separation and defense almost exclusively. Contemporary approaches seek a more nuanced relationship between necessary boundaries and meaningful connection. The trauma of a war where minds were invaded, controlled, and set against one another has gradually transformed into a wiser appreciation for both mental sovereignty and conscious consensual sharing. As the seminar concludes and students gather their belongings in the warm evening light, their comfortable engagement with these complex mental practices stands in striking contrast to the fear and resistance that once surrounded occlumency training. For this generation, the discipline represents not an obscure defensive art, but a fundamental aspect of magical maturity, a set of skills that enhances both personal well-being and positive contribution to wizarding society. In the peaceful twilight that follows the student's departure, as the enchanted ceiling panels shift to reflect the changing sky outside, consider how the evolution of occlumency reflects broader healing in the wizarding world. The transformation of a discipline born from necessity into one practiced for wholeness suggests that even the darkest chapters of magical history can yield wisdom when approached with reflection and intention. The very practice that once protected desperate secrets now helps create a society where fewer such secrets need exist, a legacy of growth from the soil of painful experience. As your own journey through the discipline of occlumency reaches its conclusion, what aspects of this ancient yet evolving practice might find resonance in your relationship with the magical world? How might the balance of boundary and connection, protection and openness, privacy and sharing inform your own magical development? And what new chapters in the long history of this subtle art might still await discovery by those who approach consciousness not as territory to be defended, but as a landscape to be explored with both courage and care?